Chapter 747. Hearing Li Daocheng's question, Supreme Witch Puppet was stunned again. The old man looked at Li Daocheng strangely. He didn't expect him to know so much. Supreme Witch Puppet thought Li Daocheng didn't know anything, but he seemed to know everything. Suddenly, the feeling of superiority in his heart disappeared. In the beginning, one could enter the reincarnation road as they wished, but after the Hades flooded in, the human race and the Hades fought on the path of immortality, triggering a certain space defense spiritual array inside. After a few decades, the reincarnation road's passage closed. After that, it opened once every 100 years. Each time it opened, it would stay open for 3 years. If one didn't come out in 3 years, they would have to stay inside for 97 years, Supreme Witch Puppet replied. Li Daocheng listened to Supreme Witch Puppet's answer and thought, it seems that what Sakyamappa told him wasn't all false. However, because Sakyamappa's narration interspersed with true and false, it made it difficult for Li Daocheng to determine which was true and which was false. Old Mister, did you ask Mr. Li to come here because the reincarnation road's passage is about to open again? Li Daocheng asked again. This question was based on Sakyamappa's words. At that time, Prince Hades wanted to form an alliance with Li Daocheng and let him enter the path of immortality. Sakyamappa said that only those below the fusion stage or Demon King level could enter the path of immortality. This was different from Supreme Witch Puppet's bone age that couldn't exceed 60 years. However, no matter what the conditions were, it didn't matter who was telling the truth. Li Daocheng met the conditions. That's right, the reincarnation road's passage will open in 2 years, Supreme Witch Puppet said bluntly. Li Daocheng had already guessed Supreme Witch Puppet's intentions, but he still pretended not to know and asked, Old Mister, what's the purpose of telling Mr. Li this? I want to invite Li Daoyu to join Kunlun and represent Kunlun in the first Spiritual Realm Youth Cultivation Competition held every 100 years. There's only one condition for participation, and that is that the bone age can't exceed 60 years, Supreme Witch Puppet said. The first Spiritual Realm Youth Cultivation Competition? Li Daocheng's eyes flashed. What does this have to do with the reincarnation road? Not only is it related, but it is also a competition set up for the road of reincarnation. The top 100,000 of this competition will obtain the qualifications to enter the road of reincarnation, replied True Monarch Sorcerer's Song. 100,000? So many. Li Daocheng was really shocked. As the name implied, the Spiritual Realm Youth Cultivation Competition was a competition that all the young cultivators in the spiritual realm could participate in. How many young cultivators were that? It was definitely a terrifying number, and even 1 billion was considered a small number. Before Hades descended, the spiritual realm was vast and boundless, with a total of 33 heavens. Every layer of heaven was a complete universe. Now, 30 of the 33 heavens were occupied by Hades. The remaining 3 heavens were occupied by the human race. Each of the 3 heavens was occupied by a cultivation empire, and they were the 3 great cultivation empires: the Nankun Empire, the Qinsong Empire, and the Yuqing Taishi Republic. Although the star field was much smaller than before, it was still ridiculously large for a cultivator. There were at least 100 million cultivation planets. With such a huge base, the 100,000 young cultivators selected will be the top cultivation talents in the human realm's spiritual realm. Compared to the huge base, 100,000 wasn't a lot, and could even be said to be a rarity. However, if these 100,000 young cultivators were really selected through such a super competition, the combat power of these 100,000 people would be stronger than all the cultivators added together. These 100,000 young cultivators would be the elites of the human race's spiritual realm. This number was quite terrifying. Li Daocheng was shocked by this point. Was this equivalent to putting all the hope of the human race into the reincarnation road? Old sir, isn't it a bit too risky for the 100,000 most powerful young cultivators of the human realm's spiritual realm to enter the reincarnation road and kill each other with the nether demons of Hades? Don't tell me you want to stake it all on one throw? Li Daocheng felt that it was too risky. Li Daoyu, it's not risky at all, because there's a limit to entering the reincarnation road. Hades only sent some young elites, and those old demons simply can't enter. Nether demons of the Great Demon King rank and above can't possibly lower their ranks and reconstruct their demon body for the sake of entering the reincarnation road. So it's fair. No matter how talented the young cultivators are, if they don't experience a true killing field, they will never grow. No matter how strong a tiger in a greenhouse is, it won't live long in the wild. While explaining, True Monarch Voodoo Puppet stroked his beard, paused, and said, "As long as we can obtain the secret of the reincarnation road, any sacrifice is worth it." Li Daocheng's face was still full of doubts, and he asked, since it's the first competition, that is to say, entering the reincarnation road before wasn't done this way, then how were the people selected to enter the reincarnation road before this? True Monarch Voodoo Puppet sighed slightly and said, "Previously, the quotas were distributed according to the strength of the various large cultivation enterprises. The stronger ones had more quotas, the weaker ones had fewer quotas, and the remaining scattered quotas were given to some powerful rogue cultivators to select. Why didn't this method continue? Because this kind of distribution method leads to a lot of unfairness. For the past 500 years, in order to compete for the spots to enter the path of reincarnation, the three great cultivation empires would have a period of turmoil every 100 years. Not only did this bring about losses to the empires, it also weakened the strength of the entire human realm spirit realm. If this continues, the human realm spirit realm will collapse on its own without the nether realm's attack. In order to obtain more resources and benefits, humans are much more ruthless than the nether ghosts. They will disregard everything, even the life and death of their own people. 10 years before the path of reincarnation opened last time, the Nongkuan Empire and the Qiansong Empire almost went to war. If the nether realm didn't act smart and get caught by the two empires, this war would have destroyed the great cultivation era. While speaking, True Monarch Voodoo Puppet's eyes were filled with a layer of loss and sadness. Regarding the future of the human race, this veteran cultivator was also very lost. Li Daocheng took a sip of tea. Under his seemingly calm face, blue ripples had already surged. From the moment he woke up until now, his heart of crisis had never calmed down. Although he wasn't from this world, he was no different from the humans here. Li Daocheng knew that he wasn't that great, but he wasn't someone who would bow his head to fate. Surrendering without a fight was the behavior of coward. Therefore, continuously becoming stronger and controlling his own fate as much as possible was Li Daocheng's unchanging belief. If you want to take a look at the reincarnation road, Li can join Kunlun, but Li has two conditions. Li Daocheng said without hesitation. True Monarch Voodoo Puppet's face lit up. Although Li Daocheng was only a spiritual sorcerer, this made him somewhat disappointed. Spiritual sorcerers were powerful, but their weaknesses were also very obvious. A divine spiritual sorcerer could kill others in an instant, but once the divine spiritual sorcerer was cut off or blocked, then cultivators with lower cultivation levels could easily kill them in an instant. What conditions? Li Dao can state them. As long as Kunlun can do it, we will definitely agree. True Monarch Voodoo Puppet guaranteed. First, Lily will temporarily join Kunlun, not to sell your body. Second, Kunlun will spare no effort to support the Li group in the future. Li Daocheng said casually. That's it. True Monarch Voodoo Puppet thought that Li Daocheng would ask for more benefits, but he didn't expect it to be these two conditions. That's it. Then there's no need to ask for instructions from above. This old man has full authority to make the decision. Li Dao's first condition doesn't need to be mentioned. It's also valid. You joining Kunlun naturally isn't to sell your body. We're all in a cooperative relationship. You'll only become one of the young representatives of Kunlun. The second condition is even easier. In the future, if Kunlun needs to act as an agent for any overseas business, just do it for the Li group. Li Daocheng nodded slightly. The content of the conversation was relatively simple. It was to confirm the specific time Li Daocheng would head to Kunlun. There were still 3 months before the first Spiritual Realm Youth Cultivation Competition officially began. Li Daocheng had to arrive at Kunlun's headquarters 1 month in advance. The true spirit-level planet was the planet with the most developed cultivation industry in the Kuan Empire, planet Kunlun. Li Daochong planned to stay in Blue Bay Star for 1.5 months before heading to planet Kunlun. True Monarch Voodoo Puppet happened to be taken by Chun to 13 Spectre, so he could return to planet Kunlun with Li Daochong. After the agreement was made, Li Daochong left Little Bamboo Tea House. Master, Li Daochong's divine telekinesis is so strong. I've never seen it before. Bai Chun recalled Li Daochong's invisible attack on him and felt a lingering fear in his heart. There are many things you haven't seen before. Go treat your injuries. Tomorrow, we'll head to 13 Spectre. Once we're there, if you don't catch 100 witch ghosts and 10 grand wizard ghosts to be my puppet, you can stay on 13 Spectre forever. True Monarch Voodoo Puppet said unhappily. After seeing Li Daochong, True Monarch Voodoo Puppet suddenly felt that his last disciple wasn't as talented as he thought. When Li Daochong left Little Bamboo Tea House, it was already early in the morning. He didn't go to the Li Group's headquarters. Instead, he went straight to the old mansion. Back then, the area where the old mansion was located was the poorest slum in Tianyuan City. Now, the desolation here was gone. Although it wasn't as prosperous as Tianyuan City's main city with its tall buildings, all the houses had been rebuilt with the best materials from Blue Bay Star. Everything was rebuilt according to its original appearance. Other than the changes, the appearance, layout, and structure were exactly the same as before. This was naturally due to Silver Bottle and Li Tianyang's efforts. The slum residents benefited a lot, and their lives were much better than before. Many people were also hired to work in some of the cultivation factories under the Li Group. They did things within their capabilities and earned a good income every month. Standing in front of the renovated door of the old mansion, Li Daochong was filled with emotion. This was the starting point of everything. He pushed open the door and entered. The courtyard was no longer overgrown with weeds. The overall layout hadn't changed, but there were many more spirit flowers and spirit herbs. There was also a small pond and a unique pavilion in the middle. In the pavilion, a young girl in a martial arts uniform was holding a thick and large ancient book and reading it. She was so engrossed in reading that she didn't notice Li Daochong coming in. Li Daochong didn't deliberately hide his aura, but the young girl still didn't notice him. It wasn't until Li Daochong came to the courtyard under a spirit peach tree full of blooming flowers that the young girl felt someone was there. She looked up and their eyes met. In an instant, the young girl's delicate body trembled. She threw away the ancient book in her hand and threw herself at Li Daochong. Brother Daochong. The bell-like voice was choked with sobs. Thump, thump. The young girl threw herself into Li Daochong's arms. Chapter 748. Xiaoling River's tear-stained head was buried in Li Daochong's arms, and all her thoughts were gushing out at this moment. Ever since Li Daochong brought her to Blue Bay Star, he left not long after and never appeared again. In the blink of an eye, more than 4 years had passed. Xiaoling River had also grown from an ignorant little girl to an elegant young lady. She had never forgotten the cultivation method that Li Daochong had taught her. With the help of Li Tianyang, she was able to cultivate. The little girl was growing every day, becoming stronger every day. Now, her spirit veins had awakened, and all 9 spirit veins had been activated. Her talent far exceeded that of her peers. At the age of 16, Xiaoling River had already reached the peak of the Qi-gathering realm, and was only 1 step away from the Foundation Establishment realm. This was unimaginable in Blue Bay Star. All of this was naturally thanks to Li Daochong. Li Tianyang knew that Xiaoling River was a poor child brought back by Li Daochong, so he had provided Xiaoling River with the best cultivation resources over the years. After Yin Ping came back, she took care of Xiaoling River even more, and sometimes she would cultivate with her, teaching her many new cultivation methods. Xiaoling River had never run out of high-grade spirit stones. Of course, the little girl did not disappoint everyone's expectations of her, and worked hard every day to cultivate and study. Xiaoling River secretly vowed that she would become an immortal and not disappoint Big Brother Daochong. It's not nice to see you cry. Li Daochong said with a doting tone as he stroked Xiaoling River's little head. Woo-woo, Xiaoling River didn't cry. It's just sand got into my eyes, Xiaoling River choked. Is that so? Let me see, Li Daochong said as he cupped Xiaoling River's little face to check the sand in her eyes. Xiaoling River's eyes met with Li Daochong's, and her face immediately turned red. She turned her face away shyly. No need. It's already gone. Is there really nothing left? Li Daochong smirked. It's really gone. Xiaoling River's little head nodded vigorously. Li Daochong knew that the little girl was trying to hide something, but he didn't expose her. He only said, "Let's go. Daochong will take you to eat a big meal." Xiaoling River was overjoyed. She nodded and said, "Okay." On this day, Li Daochong did nothing but accompany Xiaoling River to have fun in Tianyuan City. In Li Daochong's eyes, Xiaoling River was a pitiful little girl. It was a coincidence that he had met her. However, it was precisely this coincidence that completely changed Xia Lingxi's tragic life. Otherwise, it would be questionable whether she would still be alive. However, Li Daochong's appearance left a deep mark in the little girl's heart. Xiaoling River had no parents. She was an orphan who was picked up by an old couple. Now, Li Daochong was her only family. Although the people around Li Daochong treated her very well, no one could replace Li Daochong's position in her heart. The next day, Li Daochong personally guided Xiaoling River's cultivation. He also taught the little girl all the incantations of the psychokinesis battle technique. In addition, Li Daochong also gave Xiaoling River a big gift. He helped her open her 9 awakened spiritual veins. In the future, when the conditions were right, success would come naturally. In addition to Xiaoling River, Li Daochong naturally didn't forget Xiao Ying and Ling Fei. After the direct test, the two of them wanted to take Li Daochong as their master. At that time, he refused. Li Daochong didn't agree to their request. But later on, the two girls continued to work for the Li family. They even encountered 2 very dangerous situations, but the 2 girls didn't even frown. There was no longer any need to doubt the sincerity of the 2 girls. And now, Li Daochong's strength was no longer the same as before. Just a little bit of guidance from him would be enough to benefit them for the rest of their lives. Starting from the 3rd day, Li Daochong called Xiao Ying, Ling Fei, Yi Fiwe, Li Tianyang, Li Qingyao, Li Ling, Li Mubai, and Li Din to the old residents to face the 9 of them. In these 3 days, the Li family received all kinds of cultivation resources openly and secretly. True Monarch Silver Flame was the wisest of them all. He immediately sent over a transportation shuttle, which was loaded with all kinds of spirit herbs, spirit medicines, Dharma treasures, Dharma robes, spirit guns, tons of middle-grade spirit stones, and some cultivation techniques that were extremely hard to find in the Federation. Li Daochong stored these cultivation techniques into the blood-boiling level-up tool and analyzed them to create 2 brand new cultivation techniques: Taihao True Spirit Technique and Shang Qing Qi Technique. After these 2 cultivation methods were generated by the blood level-up device, they were displayed as low-grade cultivation methods. Regardless of magic treasures, cultivation methods, spirit weapons, or magic gold, their grades were divided into human, earth, and heaven. These 3 grades were divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Above the heaven grade was the profound grade. This grade was a little special. It was divided into mystical spirit treasures and heavenly mystical true treasures. For short, the profound rank and the profound rank. The profound rank was equivalent to 2 major ranks, which were also divided into high, middle, and low ranks. Although the difference between the heaven grade and the heavenly mystical grade was only one word, it was a world of difference. At the mystical grade, it was a high-level magic treasure or cultivation method. Only those who had made great contributions or were extremely talented could obtain it. Even cultivators like Yuanying might not have it. As for the heavenly mystical grade, there was almost no such thing in a cultivation country like the Shenghua Federation. Even soul formation cultivators might not be able to obtain it. Even if they did, they would have to pay a huge price. Usually, Only void refinement cultivators would use heavenly mystical grade magic treasures. As for cultivation methods, it was already very impressive if they were at the mystical grade. Heavenly mystical grade cultivation methods were no longer pure cultivation methods. They belonged to the category of magical powers. Above, the heavenly mystical grade was the immortal transformation grade. It was also divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. In the mortal world, immortal transformation grade magic treasures were indisputable divine weapons and divine treasures. They were so powerful that they could destroy stars. If an ordinary person had enough spirit stones to activate the spiritual array on the immortal transformation grade magic treasures, they could control the magic treasures. Even soul formation cultivators were no match for them. From this, one could see how powerful immortal transformation grade magic treasures were. As the saying went, with an immortal transformation grade magic treasure in hand, the world was yours. As for immortal transformation grade cultivation methods, they were even more impressive. Cultivation methods of this level were extremely rare even in the three great cultivation empires. Once a book appeared, countless cultivators would go crazy for it. It was already very impressive for a body integration cultivator to have a cultivation method at the heavenly mystical grade. The immortal transformation grade was the top cultivation method. Above, it was the true immortal grade. That was an immortal spell, not a cultivation method. These two cultivation methods were all the cultivation methods that Li Daochong had given to him by a true monarch silver flame and the others. He had injected them into the blood-boiling upgrader. There were a total of 38 cultivation methods of various types. In addition to the 7 cultivation methods that Li Daochong had injected, as well as parts of the 3 cultivation methods, the 9-split saber art, the psychokinesis battle technique, and the great void sword technique. In the end, 2 sets of low-grade immortal transformation grade cultivation methods were produced. If a cultivator were to comprehend these cultivation methods, even if they were extremely talented, they would need at least 100 years. Then, they would need another 100 years to master them and comprehend a new cultivation method. In the end, it would take another 10 years to develop a new cultivation method. As for the grade of the cultivation method, it was still uncertain. The blood-boiling upgrader was that it could produce the best results in an instant. Li Daochong did not record the 2 cultivation methods into a book. Instead, he used his spiritual force to analyze the characteristics of the 9 people and choose the cultivation method that was more suitable for them. The cloudless true spirit technique was more suitable for cultivators with yang qi. Li Tianyang, Li He, Li Mubai, Li Din, and Xiaoying received this cultivation method. The Shangqing Qi technique was more feminine. Yi Fei Yue, Ling Fei, Li Ling, and Li Qingyao received it. Apart from Yin Ping, these 9 people were the core members of the Li group. Li Daochong knew that whether it was in the past, present, or future, it was impossible for him to stay in Blue Bay Star all the time. In fact, he spent very little time in Blue Bay Star. Therefore, only by making these people stronger would he be able to do his own things outside with more peace of mind. The transformation of Blue Bay Star also depended on these people. Li Daochong could only provide them with sufficient resources and spirit stones. Among the 9 people, the most talented were Li Tianyang and Yi Fei Yue. However, although Xiao Ying's talent was not high, she was a madwoman when it came to cultivation. For her, eating, sleeping, cultivating, and fighting puppets were things that she repeated every day. This also made Xiao Ying's cultivation the fastest among the 9 people. When she met Li Daochong, this girl was only in the foundation establishment stage. Now, she was already in the middle stage of yuanying. It should be known that except for the cultivation resources provided by Li Daochong, she relied on herself for everything else. Li Daochong heard from Li Tianyang that Xiao Ying must participate in all the dangerous escort work of the Li group. She did not think of it as work, but cultivation. A dead star mine in the 6-ring star zone was conquered by Xiao Ying with her own strength. Li Daochong looked at this girl in a new light after hearing this. Therefore, after teaching her the cultivation method, he taught the rest of the 9-split saber technique to Xiao Ying, and told her what he had learned without missing a single word. If this girl could still surprise Li Daochong, he did not mind teaching her the great void swordsmanship. 10 days later, Li Daochong finally finished teaching the 9 people. The next step was up to them. During this period of time, the silver bottle accompanied Li Daochong and took care of his food and lodging as before. Cherry Blossom Gauze secretly investigated who was behind the assassination of the Blue Bay Star Dark Knight. The Dark Knight was an organization of interests. They would never do anything without money. Even if they had a grudge against someone or an organization, they would not kill people for no reason, unless there were benefits or someone hired them. Li Daochong had a grudge against the Dark Knight. But in the Black Prison, the Dark Knight lost several high-level assassins, all of whom died in the hands of the fiendish Python. The Dark Knight would definitely reevaluate the whole thing because of the heavy loss. With the nature of the Dark Knight, it was impossible for them to establish the Shadowmas Company in order to exclude the Li Group, because it was not necessary. If the Dark Knight wanted to do something, it could be summed up in one word: kill. But the Dark Knight never did mass killings. They only killed the key people. After killing them, the matter would be solved. It was not that the Dark Knight was soft-hearted, but that they had to pay a sum of money for each person they killed. 10 people meant 10 people's money, and so on. The price of the Dark Knight was an extremely shocking number. Even if the target was just a mortal, the price was still very high. Therefore, the appearance of such high-level assassins in the Blue Bay Star must be hired by someone. Because before Li Daochong's return, everyone thought that he was dead. The Dark Knight would not be interested in a dead person. A series of operations against the Li Group was a new project. Hu Ling, and Yao Ling's task was more arduous. They took tens of thousands of cultivators rescued by Li Daochong from the Blackwood Star to the Blackwood Star. Li Daochong's next plan was to turn the Blackwood Star into the backyard of the Blue Bay Star. In these 10 days, perfected Lord Silverflame went on a rampage, crushing the Zhang family's forces one by one with unstoppable momentum. Although the Zhang family was powerful in the Federation, when faced with the number 1 cultivator in the Federation, Lord Silverflame, they were powerless. Zhang Yibo only struggled for 5 days before he was captured and imprisoned in the Federation's prison. Other than the Zhang family, the core members of another superfamily, the Yi family, who had the bloodline of the Black Tortoise, disappeared from the Federation overnight. Yi Tsangtian, one of the members of the Federation's highest council, silently brought tens of thousands of Yi family members to escape to the Ankuan Empire. Since then, all the major forces in the Shenghua Federation that opposed Li Daochong disappeared. However, things did not end there. The Shenghua Federation caused such a big commotion that it alarmed the 2 major forces in the Ankuan Empire. Li Daochong, Rado Shinji. Interesting, I haven't exercised for a long time. Yin Feng, do you want to go to the Shenghua Federation with me, who is destined to be your dual cultivation partner in the future? On an island in the Black Tortoise Star of the Ankuan Empire, Zhang Dongjin was looking at the Zhang family's gathering order with great interest as he spoke to a fairy-like woman standing on the sea surface. Scram! The woman closed her eyes and said coldly, "Boom!" The sea within a few hundred kilometers was instantly filled with raging waves. The island Zhang Dongjin was on was shattered by the sound waves. Chapter 749. Yin Feng's words flattened the sea within a radius of a few hundred kilometers. Moreover, this was just her casual release of energy. Zhang Dongjin, the famous spoiled brat of the Ankuan Empire, floated above the sea and looked at Yin Feng playfully. The terrifying force just now didn't affect him in the slightest. Only the expensive magic robe on his body was torn a few times. Barbaric crude, but I like it, Zhang Dongjin said with a smile. Yin Feng treated this spoiled brat like air and did not even bother to look at him. She was immersed in her cultivation. Her beautiful Li brows furrowed slightly. Zhang Dongjin was such an annoying fly that she could not get rid of him. If it wasn't for the fact that the Zhang family was powerful in the Ankuan Empire and had a late-stage body integration realm Old Devil as their leader and 2 of the top 500 cultivation companies in the human domain, Yin Feng would have already beaten Zhang Dongjin to the ground. In terms of cultivation, Yin Feng and Zhang Dongjin were on par. They were both mid-stage void refinement cultivators. It was also difficult to determine the winner in terms of talent. Their bone ages were both 28 years old, only 2 months apart. However, Yin Feng's actual combat strength was above Zhang Dongjin's. This spoiled brat who relied on his family's power would travel around and pick up girls whenever he had the time. He could be found on all the major entertainment planets in the Kuan Empire. If it wasn't for the old guys from the Zhang family who sometimes forced him to cultivate, this brat would not be able to achieve what he had today. However, some things in the world were destined to be unfair. Not only was Zhang Dongjin born with a silver spoon in his mouth, his talent was also outstanding. He was one of the top cultivators in the Kuan Empire. He had been fooling around until now and had reached mid-stage void refinement. He was also not weak in terms of fighting. He was ranked 53rd in the Nam Kuan top 10, only 5 places lower than Yin Feng. Yin Feng did not deny that he was strong. However, if this brat was only using his family's background to tease her, she would not care about him at all. Yin Feng did not care about him at all. Yin Feng was focused on cultivation. As the successor of the Phoenix bloodline, she wanted to avenge her dead clan members. Fighting against the Hades was her lifelong goal. It could be said that she lived to kill the Hades ghosts. If you don't scram, I don't mind knocking out 2 of your front teeth. The flame phoenix finally couldn't help but slowly open her eyes. A golden flame shot out from her beautiful eyes. Zhang Dongjin's heart skipped a beat. This woman was serious, and he did not want to fight with her. If his family found out, he would be confined again, and his days would not be good. Zhang Dongjin hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Don't. Wait a moment. I just want to say something. I'll leave immediately." When Yin Feng heard this, the fire in her eyes subsided. Her voice was as cold as ice. "If you have something to say, then say it. Once you're done, then scram." Zhang Dongjin, the eldest young master of the Zhang clan, was an awe-inspiring figure no matter where he went. Whenever he saw someone, he would give them a domineering glare, causing them to be scared out of their wits. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Wherever he went, he would be the center of attention, with countless people prostrating themselves before him. However, in front of Yin Feng, he couldn't show off at all. It was normal for him to be defeated. Even if Zhang Dongjin was up against some of the Nam Kuan top 10 players, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. It couldn't be helped. This woman was just like that. She was indifferent to life and death, and would fight if she didn't like it. Be it Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Erma, or Wang Erma. This woman's most glorious moment was when she made a move against Jia Lei Si, the vice president of Cloud Jade Clothing, who was ranked in the top 10 in the Kuan Empire. Although Yin Feng was defeated, the entire Kuan Empire knew that this woman was an honest and upright woman. The word consequences did not exist in Yin Feng's dictionary. Zhang Dongjin was just teasing her for fun. He didn't dare to do it for real. Yin Feng was ranked 48th in the Nam Kuan top 10. She was backed by the Phoenix Corporation. Although her family's influence was average, she was the favored daughter of the Kuan Empire's ancestors. The Zhang clan couldn't touch a single hair on her head. There's a genius in the Shenghua Federation. I heard that he has the Heavenly Thunder Spirit root. Haven't you been looking for him? Why don't you just take it from that guy? Zhang Dongjin said casually. Yin Feng's beautiful face did not change, but her bright eyes flickered for a moment. The Heavenly Thunder Spirit root was extremely rare. It was considered good if 1 out of 100 million cultivators had it, and the one who appeared might not be the Heavenly Thunder Spirit root she was looking for. There were many types of lightning element. Green lightning and cloud lightning belong to the mortal lightning category. Golden lightning and yang lightning belong to the spiritual lightning category. The heavenly thunder and primordial lightning were the highest level of lightning element. They belong to the immortal lightning category. The difference in power between the 3 types of lightning element was huge. Mortal lightning was child's play to cultivators. Spiritual lightning could easily kill high-level cultivators, and immortal lightning was the nightmare of cultivators. Even Mahayana cultivators could be killed by immortal lightning in a single strike. Yin Feng was the descendant of the ancient true spirit divine beast, the phoenix. She possessed the supreme true fire, and her bloodline purity was as high as 89%. This was also the reason why she was so talented. However, for Yin Feng, 89% bloodline purity was far from enough. Her goal was to reach 99%. However, to make up for the remaining 10% was harder than ascending to the heavens. Ever since Yin Feng's spiritual vein awakened, she had been searching for a way to improve her bloodline purity. According to the records in her family tree, only by fusing with the heavenly thunder spirit root could her phoenix bloodline be perfected. Over 10 years had passed. Her family and the Phoenix Corporation had spared no effort in their search, but to no avail. Yin Feng did not answer Zhang Dongzhen's question. The latter waited for a moment before saying, "I will take the space shuttle to the Blue Bay Star tomorrow. I will wait for you at the Zhang family's private port." With that, Zhang Dongzhen turned around and flew away. Yin Feng looked down at her hands. The only thing missing was the phoenix spirit tattoo on her palms. This meant that her bloodline purity was not perfect. Yin Feng clenched her fists and disappeared. A few minutes later, inside a skyscraper in the Black Tortoise Planet's #1 cultivator city, the 10,000 longevity city, Yin Feng appeared on a platform that extended out from the center of the skyscraper. An old servant was holding a jacket, looking at Yin Feng with a smile on his face. "Young mistress, it's windy outside. Be careful not to catch a cold," the old servant said with concern. His face was full of concern as he put the coat on Yin Feng. How could a void refinement realm cultivator catch a cold just because of the strong wind? However, the old servant did not seem to know. "Grandpa Huangfu, did you find anything about the matter I asked you to investigate?" Yin Feng tried her best not to appear too impatient, but her voice was still filled with eagerness. "Hee, young mistress, we did find something. The information is accurate. A talented guy has appeared in the Shenhua Federation. He has already made a name for himself a few years ago, but then he disappeared for a while. Now, he has reappeared. People call him Rado Shinji. We can't be sure if he has the heavenly thunder spirit root, but he does have a very powerful lightning divine ability," the old servant said with a smile. Yin Feng's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. She subconsciously clenched her fists. She seemed to be a little excited and nervous. "What's his cultivation base?" Yin Feng asked as she walked into the building. "So far, he's at the peak of the soul formation stage. He can kill cultivators of the same level in seconds. This is the image I just received." The old servant raised his wristwatch and pressed it. Immediately, a holographic image was projected. A young man slashed his finger in the air, and a saber light with electric currents slashed through the air, instantly killing the cultivator in front of him. Yin Feng was entranced. When the image finished playing, a glint flashed across her eyes. "What's his bone age?" "According to the scouts, he's around 25 years old. The margin of error is less than 2 years," the old servant replied. "Oh, a small place like the Shenhua Federation can produce such a powerful guy. 25 years old at the peak of the soul formation stage? He can easily enter the top 1,000 of the prodigy role in the Ankuan Empire," Yin Feng praised as she fiddled with her hair. "Yes, young mistress. I'm also very interested in this person. I haven't been out for so long that I don't even remember." The old servant's face was filled with memories. There were traces of his hot-blooded youth. "Grandpa Huangfu, you want to go to the Blue Bay Star?" Yin Feng was a little surprised. This old servant is old and useless. In the end, let this old servant display some of his remaining strength and do something for the young Mississippi, the old servant with the surname Huang said with a smile. "Grandpa Huangfu, you've already done a lot. It's a long journey from the Black Tortoise Star to the Blue Bay Star. I'm afraid your body won't be able to take it," Yin Feng said worriedly. "Hee, don't worry, young mistress. I can still take it. It's not easy to find a heavenly thunder spirit root. No matter if it's true or not, this is your last hope before the first spirit realm youth cultivation competition. If it's really a heavenly thunder spirit root, Young mistress will shine in the first Spirit Realm Youth Cultivation Competition. The Phoenix clan will return to its ancient glory. Yinfeng looked at her most respected grandpa Huangfu. Ever since she was born, this old man had always taken care of her. Everything was arranged in an orderly manner. There had never been a single mistake. When she was young, Yinfeng only thought of him as a servant arranged by her family. However, as she grew older and her spirit vein awakened, she quickly grew stronger. Yinfeng found that the stronger she became, the more she couldn't see through him. The old servant looked like an old man who had 1 foot in the grave and was nearing the end of his lifespan. However, his seemingly muddy old eyes seemed to conceal a dignified aura that could not be violated. Thinking about it, Yinfeng was terrified. Ever since she was young, she had never seen anyone act rashly in front of this old servant. When she first entered the school, because of her beauty and her family background, a rich playboy with a strong background took a fancy to her and flirted with her in front of everyone. At that time, Yinfeng had just awakened her spirit vein and wasn't very strong. She wasn't a match for that guy. However, the next day, that playboy disappeared. His family came to the school once, and then nothing happened. Even now, Yinfeng didn't know what happened. After that, Yinfeng's life as a student didn't experience anything like this again until she met a few rich playboys in university. However, these playboys only pursued her normally. No one dared to force her. Yinfeng once suspected that the old servant was a hidden master. She asked her father and some elders in the family about this. The answers she received were all the same. The old servant Huangfu Shun was a mortal servant. He had been a servant in the Yin family for generations. Huangfu Shun was the 11th generation. Yinfeng had never sensed a trace of spirit qi from Huangfu Shun. Her detection treasure didn't react to him. Everything proved that he was immortal. He was an old man who didn't even have a spirit vein. Grandpa Huangfu, Zhang Dongjin, is also going to the Blue Bay Star. He invited me to take the Zhang family's space cloud shuttle with him tomorrow. The Zhang family seems to have a grudge with that kid from the Shenhua Federation. Since the news is true, I'll go with him, Yinfeng continued. The space shuttle is too slow. A teleportation formation is the best way to travel across the vast universe, Huangfu Shun said slowly. Grandpa Huangfu, what do you mean? We don't have to wait until tomorrow. We can leave in a while. Young mistress, go and prepare. I'll make the arrangements now, Huangfu Shun replied. Okay, Yinfeng replied without any hesitation. She was a void refinement cultivator, but she always felt like a child in front of Huangfu Shun. Except for the Black Tortoise planet. In the heavenly cleansing planet of the Southland, the headquarters of the Emperor Group had received the news that Kazunin Sato and Yin Dufeng had been killed 10 days ago. The entire group was shocked. The anger of the 2 biggest supporters of the Emperor Group, Takeo Gaga and Yellow Spring, almost set the heavenly cleansing planet on fire. The Emperor Group belonged to a very special branch of cultivation during the ancient cultivation era. The cultivation methods they practiced were extremely strange. They were called shadow cultivators by the cultivators of that time. They were like shadows, appearing and disappearing at any time. This cultivation method was also known as the shadow cultivation method, and the service of the Taoist robe was its own style. Their Dharma treasures and weapons were also unique. In short, they were obviously different from orthodox cultivators. They called themselves ninja cultivators. The Emperor Group was a cultivation company controlled by ninja cultivators. Takeo Gaga was a mid-stage void refinement cultivator, while Yellow Spring was a late-stage void refinement cultivator. These 2 were the most representative shadow cultivators in the Southland Empire. Their cultivation levels weren't high, but their combat abilities were extremely strong. They could fight above their level. Ordinary peak void refinement cultivators were no match for them. Bang! When the news reached the ears of Qinya Huangquan, who was cultivating, this middle-aged man with a strange appearance instantly exploded with qi energy, shattering the cultivation room made of heaven-rank magic gold essence crystals. The unlucky subordinate who came to report the news was directly sent into the sky. Those Yalu bastards from the Federation dared to touch the Emperor's people. Do they want to destroy the country? Qinya Huangquan roared with a strong accent in his fury. The two guardians guarding outside the cultivation room were both at the peak soul formation stage. They weren't sent flying. Seeing their master's anger, one of them immediately said, "Master, Kazunin Sato must have been assassinated. We request to head to the Blue Bay Star to eliminate the traitors." Whoosh! A ray of light appeared in the sky. "You'll die if you go. Are you as strong as Kazunin Sato?" Accompanied by a gloomy voice, Takeo Gaga appeared in an instant. He stood there like a shadow. His face couldn't be seen clearly. The two guardians lowered their heads and didn't dare to make a sound. "Brother Yellow Spring, we haven't left the mountain for a long time. Some people don't even remember us. That old bastard Lord Silverflame, how dare he ignore my voice transmission?" Takeo Gaga's eyes were spitting fire. "Umph. Then he doesn't need to be the great ancestor of the Federation anymore. Find someone else." Qinya Huangquan coldly snorted. "Brother Yellow Spring, the flying space shuttle is ready. In a few more days, I'll be able to master the last stage of the Blue Fall technique." Takeo Gaga was shocked. He quickly said, "Congratulations, Brother Yellow Spring. The cultivation room is gone. You'll be my guardian. We'll depart in 7 days." "All right, Blue Bay Star." Li Daochong didn't know that the two prodigies of the Black Tortoise Star had locked onto him for different reasons. He also didn't know that the two great ancestors of the Emperor group were enraged. Li Daochong carried out his plan step by step. Blue Bay Star became the most popular cultivation planet in the Federation. More and more cultivators came because of its fame. They all wanted to see this new great cultivator of the Federation. He was able to kill Ishino Sato in an instant. This level of strength had surpassed anyone in the history of the Federation. Rado Shinji was Li Daochong, and Li Daochong was Rado Shinji. The rumor had spread like wildfire in the Federation. Although the cultivators who came to the Indigo Bay Star to see Thunderblade, True Monarch's elegant demeanor, they did not see a single strand of Thunderblade True Monarch's hair. As for Li Daochong, he was currently sitting in the pavilion of his old mansion. He had a faint smile on his face as he looked at Yu Yin, who was sitting in front of him. "Who told you to transfer my position? Did you ask for my permission?" "Li Daochong, don't you think it's too much for you to decide someone else's life without permission?" Yu Yin said as she stood up. She supported herself with both hands on the stone table. Her beautiful face looked down at him. Chapter 750. Yu Yin pressed down on Li Daochong as if she wouldn't stop. "Commander Yu, what are you talking about?" Li doesn't understand. "Position change? What position change?" Li Daochong was confused. He really didn't know about Yu Yan's position change. "You don't know? Still pretending? Umph. Don't think that you can control other people's lives just because you're powerful now." Yu Yin looked at Li Daochong in disbelief. At this moment, the distance between their noses was less than 10 centimeters. Li Daochong was speechless. He coughed lightly and leaned back to increase the distance. "Commander Yu, Li really doesn't know what you're talking about. What are you angry about? If Mr. Li did something wrong, you can say it directly. But don't force unnecessary things on Mr. Li," Li Daochong said helplessly. Yu Yin glared at him angrily and said a lot of things that he didn't understand. Life change? Position change? Li Daochong was confused and didn't understand at all. After staring at Li Daochong for a long time, Yu Yin realized that this guy didn't seem to be pretending. With her understanding of Li Daochong, other than being arrogant, this guy didn't seem to have a habit of fooling people. "You really don't know?" Yu Yin was puzzled. Li Daochong spread out his hands and shrugged. "You didn't order True Monarch Silverflame to give this appointment letter?" Yu Yin threw the appointment letter out and asked. Li Daochong picked up the appointment letter and glanced at it. On it was written that Yu Yin was appointed as the Deputy Director of the Federation's Special Intelligence Department. There was also a seal of the Federation's military with the highest spiritual rune. Li Daochong's divine sense moved, and he immediately understood what was going on, thinking that Yin Yin, that old bastard, was very sensible. "Commander Yu, you've been promoted. Congratulations. What's there to be angry about? Don't blame it on Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee doesn't have any official position in the Federation. Even if he wanted to promote you, he wouldn't have the power to do so, Li Daochong said innocently. Why aren't there any more positions? Didn't you promise Qin Zhan to be the instructor of the Dragon Fangs on 13 Spectre? Yu Yin asked. Ha 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 that. Li Daochong scratched his head and smiled. If Commander, you hadn't mentioned it, Mr. Lee would have forgotten about it. It's been a few years. Someone else should have taken over. You forgot? Holy shit. Yu Yin couldn't help but curse. She glared at Li Daochong as if she wanted to swallow him whole. How could you forget such an important thing? I thought you had something important to do, so you didn't take the post. Commander, have you eaten? I'm telling you, Mr. Lee, not to boast, but Silver Bottle's cooking skills are at the level of the universe. Li Daochong purposely changed the topic and touched a sore spot. Who wants to eat? Brat, don't play dumb with me. The position of Dragon Teeth Instructor is still empty. Qin Zhan, that bastard, begged me for half a year before I reluctantly agreed to be the Deputy Instructor of Dragon Teeth Instructor. In the past few years, I have worked hard to help you educate that group of bastards. I also have to lead that group of thorns in the Vanguard group to carry out missions. Now you King tell me that you forgot? Are you worthy of all the hard work I've put in over the years? Yu Yin yelled in exasperation. Li Daochong covered his ears and smiled awkwardly. I do have something important to do. Commander, you've worked hard. To express my gratitude, Mr. Lee wants to treat you to a drink. The Red Sun wine brewed by my father is a well-known top-grade spirit wine. Li Daochong, don't talk nonsense with me. Since you're back, I'll leave the matter of the Dragon Fangs to you. You're the main instructor, and I'm the vice instructor. Those bastards are all arrogant, and I can't hold them back anymore. Yu Yin complained angrily, and a layer of mist appeared in her eyes. Yu Yin felt wronged. She had worked herself to death these past few years, and this brat actually said he forgot. Well, can I not be the instructor of the Dragon Fangs anymore? The dignified Rado Shinji, at this time facing Yu Yin, a female hero in the army, was like a child who had done something wrong, and asked carefully. No, you can, Yu Yin said word by word. Well, the point is, Mr. Lee really doesn't have the time, Li Daochong said awkwardly. Li Daochong was really at his wits' end in the face of this heroic heroine who had helped him several times in the past. I don't care. At the beginning of next month, there will be a competition between the 5 reserve teams of the Divine General Division. The team that comes in first will receive double the resources reward, and the team that comes in last will be disbanded and sent to the Cultivation Army. The Supreme Council thinks that there are too many reserve teams in the Divine General Division, and there's no need for that. In order to cut costs, they removed one reserve team. The Dragon Fangs, which was extremely popular in the past, has now become a joke in the Cultivation Army of the Federation, and they've been ranked last for 3 consecutive years. This competition is said to be targeted at the Dragon Fangs. Although you didn't show your face, your name has always been on the Dragon Fangs instructor column, Yu Yin said agitatedly. Having lived in the army for a long time, Yu Yan's sense of honor was far greater than that of ordinary people. She couldn't accept falling behind others. Li Daochong looked at Yu Yin, who was blabbering like a cannonball. He was speechless. Back then, he had indeed promised Qin Zhan that he would take over the position of the Dragon Fangs instructor, but he had gone back on his word without even informing him. He was indeed in the wrong. After Yu Yin finished speaking, she stared at Li Daochong with her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to see through him. Li Daochong's scalp turned numb, but he still refused to accept it. He didn't have the time to care about the Dragon Fangs. After a long while, Yu Yin saw that Li Daochong actually didn't express his opinion, so she tried to reason with him. She could only try to move him emotionally. Yu Yan's expression changed smoothly, faster than flipping the pages of a book. Just a moment ago, she was still angry, but now she looked depressed and aggrieved, as if she was about to cry. She continued to ramble on. Li Daochong, you heartless person. Have you forgotten how I helped you out on Planet Crimson Sun? Have you forgotten how I helped you scare off the Shao family on Planet Kangwoo? Have you forgotten how I helped you chase that lassie Fei Yue away from her family? Have you forgotten how I helped you on 13 Spectre? Stop, stop, stop. It's all my fault. I'll go to the Dragon Fangs next month. Li Daocheng saw that Yu Yin was getting more and more aggrieved, as if she was going to sit on the ground and cry at any moment. Clap! Yu Yan's aggrieved expression instantly disappeared, and she clapped her hands with a smug smile. All right, it's settled then. Whoever misses the appointment again is a F** king bastard. What the F** CK? Li Daocheng cried out in his heart, knowing that he had been abducted. However, I'll only go this time. Tell Master Qin to change the Dragon Fangs instructor's position. Go tell him. I don't care about your business. Yu Yin acted as if this matter had nothing to do with her. Li Daocheng saw that Yu Yin was forcefully pulling him onto the boat and smiled faintly. If that's the case, then Mr. Li won't go. You're cheating. How can the great Rado Shinji go back on his words? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the cultivation world? Yu Yin began to use her ultimate move. So what if I'm ridiculed? It's not like Mr. Li lost a piece of meat. Li Daocheng simply didn't care. Since you're being unreasonable, then don't blame me for being hard to talk to. With that, Li Daocheng got up and was about to leave. Yu Yin had no choice but to say, You win. I'll discuss the matter of the Dragon Fangs instructor with Qin Zhan, but this time you have to stay at the Dragon Fangs until the end of the competition. What happens after that has nothing to do with you. How about it? Deal. Li Daocheng simply said. There are still more than 10 days until next month. Li Daocheng and Supreme Witch Puppet had agreed on a month and a half, so there was still time. Yu Yin still had to rush to Shenghua Planet to take up her post, so she left after making an appointment with Li Daocheng. After Li Daocheng rested for a day, he began to enter the preparation stage. Making spirit talismans was naturally the first choice. Princess Catherine had been helping Li Daocheng prepare the materials for making super spirit talismans during this period. Now that the Li Corporation was at its peak, purchasing materials had naturally become much easier. Even some rare materials could be easily obtained. The power of the entire nation was not to be trifled with. Wei Beitong even came uninvited to help Princess Catherine choose the materials for making spirit talismans. When he heard that Li Daocheng was going to make spirit talismans above level 20, Wei Beitong's old eyes almost popped out of their sockets. However, when he thought about it, it was normal for anything surprising to happen to Li Daocheng, so Wei Beitong was relieved. It was the Federation's fortune to have such a monster. The materials needed to make spirit talismans above level 20 were strictly controlled by each cultivation nation. Even with the power of the entire nation, it was difficult to gather all of them. After all, the Shenghua Federation was not one of the 3 great cultivation empires. For this reason, Li Daocheng contacted the Spirit Sequencer Association. After all, he was also an official member of the association. The Blue Bay Star had been developing rapidly in the past few years. They did not have a teleportation array before, but now they had 2. As the final material was still lacking, Wei Beitong, Princess Catherine, and Tseng Jiao had used all their connections to scour the Federation's underground city, but they still could not find the Phoenix blood. They could only obtain it through the Spirit Sequencer Association because the Spirit Sequencer Association was an organization of the entire spirit realm and not the Federation. Li Daocheng originally wanted to go to the Spirit Sequencer Association's office on planet Scarlet Sun alone. After Wei Beitong found out, he volunteered to go with him. In order to prevent Li Daocheng from rejecting him, he directly used his connections and said that he knew someone in the Spirit Sequencer Association. When he arrived at the Spirit Sequencer Association's office building on planet Scarlet Sun, Li Daocheng recalled the time when he came here to take the Spirit Sequencer certification test in order to get extra marks for the joint examination. These Spirit Sequencers really know how to enjoy themselves. A small office building is so luxurious. I am the director of the Alchemist Federation's Alchemist Association. Even the Alchemist Association building on planet Shenghua cannot compare to this small office building. Spirit Sequencer is indeed the most profitable job in the Great Cultivation Era. You can do whatever you want with money. Wei Beitong looked at the Spirit Sequencer Association's office building with jealousy. Chapter 751. Veins popped out on Su Xin Ro's forehead. She was extremely disgusted with the two flies in front of her. After years of hard work, Su Xin Ro had become a first-grade spirit sequencer. Spirit sequencers were special talents. The Federation placed great importance on the cultivation of spirit sequencers. Ever since Su Xin Ro passed the first-grade spirit sequencer exam, the number of suitors increased dramatically. Among them, there was no lack of young disciples from the Federation's top clans. There were also the second generations of directors from the Federation's large cultivation enterprises. Su Xin Ro could get rid of normal suitors. Her grandfather, Su Chongxing, could chase away those with deeper backgrounds. But when it came to the Federation's upper echelons, Su Chongxing couldn't do anything. Of course, these guys didn't dare to force Su Xin Ro. First-grade spirit sequencers weren't limited to the Federation's talents. Young first-grade spirit sequencers were heavily nurtured by the Spirit Sequencer Association. Their status would only be higher than second generations. It was also because of Su Xin Ro's great potential that she was chosen by the large clans and enterprises. To be able to marry such a daughter-in-law, it would be beneficial to the clan and enterprise in the future. Spirit sequencers were money trees. Right now, the two rich second generations surrounding Su Xin Ro had the highest level of background in the Federation. No matter how disgusted Su Xin Ro was, she couldn't fall out with them. She wasn't afraid of offending them, but she had to consider the fate of the Su clan. If she really angered them, they would make things difficult for the Su clan. Although her grandfather, Su Chongxing, was a special grade spirit sequencer, due to his age, it was extremely difficult for him to break through. He had already reached his limit to reach his current position. If she still wanted to climb up, she could only rely on her connections. The two in front of her were people who could be of help. Su Xin Ro had no choice but to endure the annoyance in her heart and smile. Of the two second generations, one was the direct descendant of true Monarch Silverflame, the second young master of the Federation's #1 clan, Jean Minkan. True Monarch Silverflame was the true emperor behind the Federation, a peak soul formation cultivator. Who dared to offend him? The other was even more impressive. He was even more powerful than true Monarch Silverflame. He was Spirit Talisman's grandson, Gao Yunjian. Spirit Talisman's cultivation wasn't as high as true Monarch Silverflame's, but his status. He was the only 2-star spirit sequencer in the Federation and was the second-level director of the Spirit Sequencer Association. If it wasn't for the fact that Daoist Spirit Talisman wanted to serve his hometown, he could have directly taken up a position in the Kuan Empire. Even Lord Silverflame had to address Daoist Spirit Talisman respectfully. The reason why the Federation was able to compete with the Rakshasa State was all because of this 2-star spirit sequencer. Jean Minkan and Gao Yunjian's background were the strongest among the many second-generation young masters pursuing Su Xin Ro. Their appearance directly caused the other pursuers to quietly disappear. Who would dare to fight against them? Wasn't that courting death? At first, Su Xin Ro was quite happy. Less people meant more peace and quiet. She didn't have to waste her energy on useless things. But after a few days, Su Xin Ro discovered that she was wrong. There were only 2 suitors left, but they had nothing to do every day and came to look for her every day. Su Xin Ro's head was about to explode. Recently, she had been trying to make a level 13 protective talisman. Because these 2 flies constantly buzzed in her ears, Su Xin Ro's progress was very slow. Xin Ro, I know a good self-service barbecue restaurant. The ingredients are all top-grade spirit meat. I heard that there's a special jam made from sea spirit flying fish that the Federation doesn't have. Not only is it sweet and delicious, it can also increase the strength of one's body. Jean Minkan strongly recommended. Xin Ro, barbecue isn't that good. It's the food of wild hunters. For a fairy like you, the best food is the zoysia fruit salad. There are all kinds of spirit fruits and spirit flowers. Every one of them has the effect of retaining one's youthful appearance and can also prolong one's life. There's no first-grade zoysia fruit in our Federation, only in the Kuan Empire. In a few days, my grandfather, Taoist spirit talisman, will be going to the Kuan Empire to participate in the first spiritual realm youth cultivation competition. As a relative, I can bring a person along. Xi and Ro, how about I try the first grade zoysia fruit together? Gao Yunjian's words were filled with disdain towards Jin Minkan. In the Federation, Jin Minkan was a top young master. The number of people who dared to offend him could be counted on one hand. And Gao Yunjian was one of the few people in the palm of his hand. Taoist spirit talisman's prestige was too great. His network covered the entire Kuan Empire. Even true monarch Silverflame was inferior to him. Jin Minkan was annoyed, but he didn't dare to show any displeasure on his face, even if Gao Yunjian was fighting over a woman with him. Damn it, I'll trample you under my feet one day. Jin Minkan swore in his heart, but the smile on his face remained. First grade zoysia fruit is good, but it's not down to earth. Xi and Ro, since you'll only be able to eat it in a few days, why not eat the barbecue first and then taste the zoysia fruit? Why not? Gao Yunjian wanted to provoke Jin Minkan, but he didn't expect this guy to be so tolerant. He had already scolded him, but Jin Minkan could still smile as if he didn't hear anything. As expected of the descendant of that old bastard, true monarch Silverflame, his shrewdness is not ordinary. Knock knock. Just as the two of them were talking and fighting to invite Su, Xi, and Ro, there was a knock on the door. In fact, Su, Xi, and Ro wasn't listening to the two of them at all. Her mind was on the spiritual brain screen in front of her, thinking about how to set up the next spiritual rune circuit. Although Su, Xi, and Ro's mind was clear, it was inevitable that she would be disturbed. When she heard the knock, she was delighted. She finally had an excuse to send the two of them away. Come in. Su, Xi, and Ro immediately responded. The door opened, and the assistant, Wang Jing, carefully pushed the door open and walked in. She knew that the two young masters were here. If not for the fact that the visitor was a little special, Wang Jing wouldn't dare to disturb the two young masters while they were chasing after their boss. When Li Daochong appeared in front of Wang Jing, the receptionist was stunned for a while. How could she forget this young man who used his strength to slap her face back then? In just a few short hours, he had gone from a nobody to a second-class spirit sequencer of the Association of Spirit Sequencers. He had even become a member of the Association of Spirit Sequencers and was personally recognized by the deacon of the Association of Spirit Sequencers branch, Su Chongxing. This record was still unbroken. Thinking about it, no one would be able to break it. Such a monster might not even appear once in 100 years. Therefore, Wang Jing had a deep impression of Li Daochong. The spirit vision images of Li Daochong massacring many high-level cultivators on Blue Bay Star were not widely spread. This was because true monarch Silverflame had ordered all the images to be destroyed. Of course, it was impossible to destroy all of them. However, it was still possible to suppress the spread of the images within the Federation. As for the large factions and hidden external forces, true monarch Silverflame didn't have the ability to deal with them. Therefore, most of the Federation citizens only knew that a godly person appeared in Blue Bay Star. It was Rado Shinji from back then, and his surname seemed to be Li. This was the information that most people knew. Li Daochong wouldn't cause a commotion on the streets, and no one would recognize him. When Wang Jing saw Li Daochong again, she naturally didn't dare to underestimate this young man. Just his status as a second-grade spirit sequencer was enough for her to look up to him. However, just Li Daochong alone wasn't enough for Wang Jing to disturb the two young masters. What really made her brace herself and knock on the door was the old man who came with Li Daochong. At first, Wang Jing didn't know who this old man was. However, when the old man revealed his identity and Wang Jing keyed in his identity, she was so shocked that she almost fell to the ground. Wang Jing never thought that she would meet such a big shot in her 8 lifetimes. Wei Beitong, the head of the Federation's super family, the Wei family, the owner of Shadow Serene Square, the chairman of Wei's Spirit Medicine Group, a 1-star medicine refiner, Yuanning's late-stage cultivator. With so many powerful identities, anyone who had just one was enough to scare someone to death. And this old man had all of them. In the Shenghua Federation, he stood at the top of the pyramid. Wang Jing was just a small receptionist who hadn't even reached the qi condensation stage. Being able to work in the Association of Spirit Sequencers was already her greatest fortune. Wei Beitong wasn't any worse than the two young masters. He was even 2 levels higher in seniority. Wang Jing didn't dare to refuse Wei Beitong. She could only bring Li Daochong and Wei Beitong to Su Xianrou's office and knock on the door. Su Xianrou was happy enough to send the second young master away. The second young master was a bit unhappy. When they came in, they told Wang Jing not to see anyone no matter who it was. Wang Jing actually dared to not listen to them. This woman was tired of living. Jin Mincan and Gao Yunjian saw Wang Jing walk in, and their faces showed displeasure. Wang Jing wanted to cry. What kind of sin did she commit? She was just a mortal woman. Was it easy for her to make a living? She was stuck between these big shots. What did it have to do with her? Deacon Su, the chairman of Wei's Spirit Medicine Group, Senior Wei, wants to see you. Wang Jing immediately said, Huh? Jin Mincan and Gao Yunjian's face showed a strange expression. What was that old man Wei Beitong doing here? Could it be that he also liked Su Xianrou and was looking for a granddaughter-in-law? That can't be right. That old man's bloodline wasn't that good. Among his grandchildren, other than Wei Ziying, the rest were just a mob. Especially the men. Each one was worse than the other. The second young master was confused. Su Xianrou was even more confused. She knew that the chairman of Wei's Spirit Medicine Group was Wei Beitong. She also knew that this senior had an important position in the Federation. He was comparable to Taoist spirit talisman. Medicine masters and spirit sequencers were 2 of the 3 most popular professions. However, Su Xianrou didn't know Wei Beitong at all. She had never had any connection with him. Such an important figure actually came to see him personally. Su Xianrou was a bit confused. She was stunned for a moment before quickly adjusting her emotions. Senior Wei? Let him in. Yes. Wang Jing responded and went out. The second young master didn't have time to vent his anger. Once he heard that it was Wei Beitong, his temper disappeared. Young Master Jin, Young Master Gao, I have some work to do. You 2 can go back first. Su Xianrou said. How could Jin Mincan and Gao Yunjian be willing? A few days ago, they were rejected at the door. Today, they finally saw Su Xianrou. How could they leave without setting a date? The 2 young masters had already made a bet in private. Whoever managed to get a date with Su Xianrou first would win the right to continue. The other would withdraw. Xianrou, I'm familiar with Elder Wei. Maybe I can help you. Jin Mincan hurriedly said. Xianrou, my grandfather, Taoist spirit talisman, and Elder Wei have been good friends for many years. When I was young, he even gave me pointers on cultivation. Gao Yunjian said, Who's trying to worm their way into being friends? Why haven't I seen you 2 before? Wei Beitong hadn't entered yet, but his voice was already heard. Jin Mincan and Gao Yunjian were embarrassed. They hurriedly stood up and rushed forward to shake hands with Wei Beitong. But when the second young master stood up and turned around, he didn't see Wei Beitong's old face. Instead, it was an unfamiliar youth. Wei Beitong followed behind him. Chapter 752. Wei Beitong didn't dare to compete with Li Daochong. He had already made up his mind to follow Li Daochong. Jin Mincan and Gao Yunjian were stunned. Jin Mincan frowned, stepped forward, and pushed Li Daochong. Brat, who let you in? Get out. Jin Mincan saw that an unrelated brat dared to walk in before Wei Beitong and wanted to curry favor with him. Plus, he was already angry and didn't have a place to vent his anger. Since someone wanted to be a punching bag, Jin Mincan didn't mind venting his anger. No, Wei Beitong didn't expect that a descendant of true Monarch Silverflame would appear in the deacon's office of a spirit sequencer branch. But his reminder was too late. Jin Mincan's hand landed heavily on Li Daochong's shoulder, but the latter didn't react at all. It seemed like nothing had happened, and he continued walking forward. Boom! Jin Mincan was sent flying by a huge force and slammed into the wall. The hard wall made of star soul crystals caved in. Jin Mincan only felt dizzy. In any case, he was a peak Gold Core realm cultivator, and he was not very old, only 27 years old. In the Federation, Gene Minkin's status, background, and talent were all top-notch. Gene Minkin had never been wronged like this. He got up with bloodshot eyes and roared, "You're courting death." At the same time, Gene Minkin sent out a telepathic message. Swoosh, 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 more than 10 rays of light flashed over. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 Yuanian cultivators appeared in Su Shinro's office. Their spirit energy pressure enveloped the entire Spirit Sequencer Association building. When Wei Beitong saw this, he showed a trace of sympathy. He originally wanted to plead for mercy, but now there was no need for that. Gene Minkin had a noble status. He was one of the direct descendants of the Federation's #1 family, the Gene family. When he went out, there were usually more than 10 Yuanian cultivators protecting him. If there was any trouble, these bodyguards would immediately move out and eliminate the threat. Li Daochong walked in front of Su Xinro, ignoring the dozen or so Yuanian that appeared in an instant, as if they were air. "Miss Su, long time no see." Li Daochong looked at Su Xinro with a light smile and greeted her. As for the other people in the room, Li Daochong ignored them as if they didn't exist. The leader of the dozen or so Yuanian bodyguards was a middle-aged man. His aura was that of a late-stage Yuanian, and he was definitely an expert in the Federation. At this moment, Wang Jing was already limp on the ground. Yuanian's pressure was not something an ordinary person like her could withstand. If Wei Beitong hadn't helped her offset most of the pressure, this spiritual pressure would have been enough to take Wang Jing's life. The middle-aged man's face was filled with rage, but he was somewhat surprised. The young man in front of him, who dared to attack young Master Gene, didn't seem to be afraid of the pressure they released. Su Xinro was only an early-stage Gene Dan cultivator. She wasn't a battle-type cultivator, but as a pure spirit sequence master, she had countless talismans on her. At this moment, a level 12 protective talisman automatically activated and wrapped around Su Xinro, blocking the spiritual pressure outside. "Sir, do you know who you're facing? I'll give you 3 seconds to break one of your arms and kowtow to young Master Gene to apologize. Then, this matter will be dropped. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences." The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Li Daochong picked his ears and finally turned to look at the middle-aged man. His eyes were calm as he said, "No matter who you are, disappear in 2 seconds. My time is precious. I don't have time to play with flies." After saying that, Li Daochong turned back to look at Su Xinro. After he said that, the entire office became silent. Other than Wei Beitong, everyone looked at Li Daochong as if they were looking at an idiot. Although Gao Yunjian didn't like Gene Minkin, he was very clear about Gene Minkin's background. In the entire Federation, no one could touch him. Even Gao Yunjian couldn't touch him. At most, he could humiliate him with words. If he really wanted to turn hostile, Gao Yunjian would have to think twice. Disappear in 2 seconds? Ha. The middle-aged man laughed loudly. The other cultivators around him also laughed. It wasn't your fault to be arrogant, but you had to have the ability to back it up. If you didn't have the ability to back it up, then it wasn't arrogance, it was idiocy. "Brat, what you just said was the biggest joke I've heard this year." The middle-aged man's voice suddenly turned cold. "Uncle Wang, why are you wasting time with him? Break his legs first." Gene Minkin clenched his teeth. He had never suffered such a big loss in his life. The middle-aged man's eyes moved. The 3 cultivators around Li Daochong all moved to grab him. However, just as they made their move, boom, a shock wave spread out. Li Daochong didn't even move, but the 3 cultivators were sent flying. It was exactly the same as what happened to Gene Minkin just now. However, when they hit the wall, they instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist and disappeared. Not even dregs were left behind. Their nascent souls were also bombarded and scattered. "What?" The middle-aged man was shocked. "Li Daochong, you're in trouble." Su Xinro reacted too late. She transmitted her voice to Li Daochong in shock. "Miss Su, may I ask, does the Spirit Sequencer Association have a way to get Phoenix blood?" Li Daochong asked as if he didn't hear Su Xin Ro's reminder. Su Xin Ro didn't have the mood to talk to Li Daochong. Her face was filled with anxiety. You dare to kill the Jin clan's bodyguards. The middle-aged man shouted. Good, good, good. Jin Minkin said good 3 times. He looked at Li Daochong as if he was looking at a dead man. He said, Brat, no one can save you now. Uncle Wang, kill him. I'll take responsibility. Wei Beitong shook his head. He was used to being high and mighty. He had already forgotten what it meant to be above the heavens. Did he really think that the Jin clan was the emperor and wasn't afraid of anyone? Even if your ancestor came, he wouldn't be able to save you. Li Daochong frowned. He reached out his hand, and Jin Minkin was immediately sucked into Li Daochong's hand. Jin Minkin's neck was tightly gripped. I gave you a chance to scram. Since you didn't scram, I can only send you on your way. Li Daochong was about to use more force. No! Su Xin Ro shouted. Li Daochong looked at Su Xin Ro. He thought that she had some special relationship with him and loosened his grip. Miss Su, what's your relationship with him? Su Xin Ro saw that Li Daochong didn't make a move and sighed. He has nothing to do with me. Mr. Li, I'm thinking for you. Let go of me. Do you know who Lord Silverflame is to me? Jin Minkin felt a huge force coming from his neck. His awe-inspiring aura just now had disappeared. He looked at Li Daochong as if he was looking at a lunatic. He felt that he might lose his life at any time, so he could only bring out the great ancestor. The middle-aged man's pupils suddenly shrank. He didn't feel anything when this young man made a move. He just watched him grab young Master Jin. The middle-aged man felt that something was wrong. In order to prevent the situation from worsening, he immediately crushed a piece of jade on his body. This was a protective talisman that Ancestor Silverflame left for several talented descendants. After crushing it, Lord Silverflame would immediately get the news and rush over as fast as he could. The jade was a teleportation array that could be triggered. A circular teleportation array immediately appeared on the ground. Whoosh! A figure appeared in the teleportation array. The Federation's ancestor, Lord Silverflame, instantly appeared in the office with anger on his old face. Crushing the jade meant that his descendant's life was threatened. Lord Silverflame was naturally furious. He wanted to see who dared to attack his descendant. Great-grandpa! Jin Minkin was overjoyed when he saw Lord Silverflame. He knew that he was saved. After shouting, he immediately said fiercely, This person wants to kill me. Great-grandpa, please avenge me. The middle-aged man and the bodyguards bowed. Greetings, great-grandpa. But when Lord Silverflame saw Li Daochong, the anger on his face disappeared and was replaced by fear. Su Xin Ro sighed in her heart. She knew that Li Daochong was doomed. Li Daochong, you're too impulsive. Li Daochong smiled and loosened his grip on Jin Minkin's hand. Jin Minkin fell to the ground. Jin Minkin was out of danger. He quickly got away from Li Daochong and ran to Lord Silverflame. Greetings, great-grandpa. Gao Yinjian looked at Lord Silverflame in surprise. He didn't expect the Jin family to have such a magical teleportation technique. Following which, he looked at Li Daochong with pity. This brat wasn't just unlucky. That old man, Yin, was famous for being protective. Slap! Everyone was still in shock from Lord Silverflame's arrival. They were so scared that their legs turned to jelly. They didn't know how the great-grandpa of the Federation would vent his anger on Li Daochong. A crisp sound came. Lord Silverflame slapped Jin Minkin's face. The latter spun 3 times on the spot before stopping. Jin Minkin covered his mouth and looked at Lord Silverflame dumbfoundedly. Idiot, you're causing trouble for me, Lord Silverflame scolded. Great-grandpa, Jin Minkin didn't know what was going on. The others also didn't know what was going on. Lord Silverflame glared at Jin Minkin and then walked to Li Daochong. His anger immediately disappeared, and he bowed to Li Daochong with a smile. Li Daoyu, my descendant is ignorant. Is this slap enough to vent your anger? What? Everyone in the office was dumbfounded. Of course, Wei Beitong was excluded. This old man had been watching the show from the beginning. Su Shinro's jaw dropped. Jin Minkin was petrified. The middle-aged man and the other bodyguards were dumbfounded as if they had seen a ghost. Gao Yunjian stared blankly at Li Daochong. He had no impression of this person at all, but he was able to make true monarch Silver Flame act so humbly. When had they ever seen the great ancestor of the Federation, Lord Silver Flame, being so humble to others? Were they hallucinating? Destroy his power and we'll call it a day, Li Daochong said. Bang! Before he finished his sentence, Lord Silver Flame had already hit Jean Minkin's chest. Poof! Jean Minkin spurted out a mouthful of blood and looked at Li Daochong in disbelief. Then he blacked out. Fellow Taoist Li, I don't mind teaching you. Please be magnanimous and don't take it to heart. Perfected Lord Silver Flame didn't think it was enough. He continued to greet Li Daochong, his words and actions full of fear. Chapter 753. Li Daochong waved his hand and signaled Perfected Lord Silver Flame to stop talking. Perfected Lord Silver Flame lowered his head. Then he waved his hand. More than 10 bodyguards, Jean Minkin, and himself disappeared in a flash. Su Xianro, Gao Yunjian, and Wang Jing were left in the office with their mouths agape. Only Wei Beitong had a smile on his old face as he glanced at Gao Yunjian. Only then did young Master Gao realize that he had messed with someone he shouldn't have. Gao Yunjian sized up Li Daochong and suddenly thought of something. Suddenly, he sucked in a breath of cold air. If Gao Yunjian still couldn't think of that person, he would be really stupid. It can't be that coincidental. Gao Yunjian howled in the depths of his heart. He was able to scare Perfected Lord Silver Flame away at such a young age and even kill his descendant without saying anything. Gao Yunjian didn't doubt that Li Daochong wouldn't even frown if he had asked Perfected Lord Silver Flame to kill Jean Minkin. Compared to his own life, the life of his descendant was nothing. Gao Yunjian smiled bitterly in his heart. How lucky was he to encounter such an event with such a small probability? Or was he unlucky? Miss Su, I suddenly remembered that I have something important to do. I'll take my leave first. Gao Yunjian tried to hide his emotions and said. Su Xianro nodded and Gao Yunjian ran out of the office, afraid that he would do something wrong and annoy Rado Shinji. With the two flies gone, the office finally quieted down. Wang Jing got up from the ground, and her face was full of shock. If Wei Beitong didn't give her a look, she would have been gone. Wang Jing had forgotten her duties and stood there until she saw the old man giving her a look. Then, she came back to her senses and left the office. Su Xianro looked at Li Daochong with a strange look, but the latter didn't care and asked again, Miss Su, can the Association of Spirit Sequencers get the blood of the Phoenix? Su Xianro was still in shock and didn't hear what Li Daochong said. When he heard about the Phoenix blood, his pupils shrank. This kind of top-grade material almost didn't exist in the Federation. Even the Association of Spirit Sequencers wouldn't be able to get their hands on it so easily. They would need the highest level of authority. Su Xianro was only a first-grade spirit sequencer, so she naturally did not have the authority. Her grandfather, Su Chongxing, did not have the authority either. I need permission. Su Xianro paused for a moment before replying. Authority? What kind of authority? Li Daochong asked. Star-level spirit sequencer authority, Su Xianro replied. Wei Beitong's eyes flickered as he sent out an encrypted voice transmission. Li Daochong remained expressionless and said, Then I will apply for a 1-star spirit sequencer certification. If it wasn't for what had just happened, Su Xianro would have also thought that Li Daochong was boasting. But now, she had no doubt that Li Daochong possessed the strength of a star-ranked spirit sequencer. Back then, this guy was able to pass the 2nd-grade spirit sequencer certification without being serious. Now, even true Monarch Silver Flame did not dare to provoke him. Mr. Li, the Scarlet Sun Planet's Spirit Sequencer branch can only be certified as a 1st-grade Spirit Sequencer. We don't have the authority to certify anything higher. You need to go to the St. Hua Planet Federation's Spirit Sequencer headquarters, Su Xianro said. Li Daochong glanced at the time on his watch. He didn't have the time to go to St. Hua Planet now. Is there no other way to obtain the phoenix blood? For example, an exchange. Li Daochong frowned slightly. Mr. Li, the phoenix blood is the blood of an ancient divine beast. The Federation doesn't have it, Su Xin Rose said honestly. Then we can only go to Saint Hua Planet, Li Daochong said unwillingly. Li Daoyu, you've completely forgotten about this old man since we parted last time. A clear voice suddenly sounded. The space in the office fluctuated, and with a whoosh, a middle-aged man with white hair gradually became clear. Daoist spirit talisman looked at Li Daochong with a smile. Su Xianro was shocked, but her beautiful eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Daoist spirit talisman. This was her idol, a rare spirit sequencer genius in the Federation. Daoist spirit talisman was the biggest contributor to the Federation, being able to push the front lines forward by 2-star sectors today. Every super spirit talisman came from Daoist spirit talisman. These spirit talismans were powerful enough to destroy a Demon King level nether demon. Li Daochong was surprised to see Daoist spirit talisman, but he quickly realized that it was most likely a message from Wei Beitong. Li Daochong did not think of Daoist spirit talisman, but he felt that this pillar of the Federation was busy every day. It was unavoidable to disturb him for some personal matters. Senior must be joking, Li Daochong replied indifferently. Daoist spirit talisman waved his hand. No. How can Li Daoyu call me senior? Seniority cannot be messed up. We are at most peers. You must not call me senior. Daoist spirit talisman cannot accept it. In Su Xin Ro's heart, Daoist spirit talisman was supreme. But now, this lofty guardian of the Federation was panicking in front of Li Daochong. Su Xin Ro did not understand what Li Daochong had experienced. True Monarch Silver Flame was scared to death of him, and Daoist spirit talisman was respectful to him. One was the great ancestor of the Federation, and the other was the guardian of the Federation. What did Li Daochong do to deserve this? Li Daoyu wants phoenix blood? Daoist spirit talisman already knew about this from Wei Beitong. In fact, Daoist spirit talisman and Wei Beitong had a deep conflict. If not for Li Daochong, the latter would not have sent a voice transmission to Daoist spirit talisman, and if not for Li Daochong, the former would not have paid attention to Wei Beitong. The enmity between the two of them was well known throughout the Federation. But now, because of Li Daochong's existence, they had temporarily put aside their grudges. Yes, I wonder if Daoist can obtain phoenix blood? Li can exchange for it with items of equal value. Li Daochong nodded. Phoenix blood is the blood of ancient phoenix blood. There is very little stock of it now, unless you can find a phoenix. But ever since the descent of the Hades, all the divine beasts have disappeared. It is unknown whether they went extinct or went into hiding. According to this old man's knowledge, there are less than 30 liters of phoenix blood still circulating in the market. Every milliliter costs a sky-high price, and it cannot be bought without 10 billion high-grade spirit stones. It is simply a fool's dream if one wants to buy it. Even if the 3 great cultivation empires use their entire strength to buy it, it will be very difficult. After all, 1 milliliter is not very useful, and it needs at least 10 milliliters. That would be 100 billion high-grade spirit stones transaction. The value of phoenix blood was much higher than imagined. Even Daoist spirit talisman can't get it. Li Daochong's eyes slightly moved. He began to think about what other items he could use to replace the phoenix blood. Li Daoyu, this old man originally didn't have such a precious item. But 2 years ago, a senior from the Qinsong Empire asked me to make 3 level 24 protective talismans. Because I didn't have what I wanted, I refused at first. But this senior took out 20 milliliters of phoenix blood, and this old man immediately agreed to this transaction. Daoist spirit talisman smiled proudly. Li Daochong was overjoyed. So you have it, Daoist. Daoist spirit talisman took out a small bottle containing a golden liquid. Yes, Daoist, just tell me what you need. As long as Li can obtain it, I will definitely get it for you. Li Daochong immediately said. Li Daoyu, this old man promised you something back then. As long as this old man can do it, I will definitely help you. You want phoenix blood and this old man can do it. It could be considered as fulfilling the promise I made to you back then. Daoist Spirit Talisman smiled. Li Daochong was stunned. Back then, Daoist Spirit Talisman did indeed have a verbal agreement with him. However, Li Daochong didn't take this matter to heart. He didn't expect Daoist Spirit Talisman to still remember it. However, the phoenix blood was too precious. Li Daochong felt bad about taking it for free. Daoist, you have already done what you promised back then for Li. This phoenix blood can't be taken for free. Daoist, please state a condition. Li Daochong immediately said, Li Daoyu, it's enough for you to remember that you are a cultivator of the Federation in the future. Daoist Spirit Talisman reached out and patted Li Daochong's shoulder. Daoist, don't worry. Li will always be a cultivator of the Federation. Li Daochong promised. That's good. I've been developing a level 25 Heavenly Net Lightning Talisman recently. Can I borrow some of Li Daoyu's spiritual yang lightning power? Daoist Spirit Talisman continued. Sure. Li Daochong stretched out his palm, and a ball of highly condensed lightning power appeared in his palm. After obtaining the phoenix blood, Li Daochong immediately returned to the Blue Bay Star with Wei Beitong. After returning to the old residence, Li Daochong immediately began to create level 25 spirit talismans. 20 milliliters of phoenix blood could be used to create 5 spirit talismans. Li Daochong spent 3 days and used 3 10 million level spirit brains to finally create a level 25 defensive spirit talisman. After this talisman was activated, it could wrap the entire Blue Bay Star in a layer of spirit net. Even a body integration cultivator wouldn't be able to break through it. It could last for a month. Without transcending the tribulation, one could forget about barging in. The reason Li Daochong created a defensive spirit talisman was to give the Blue Bay Star more protection. The following process was much faster because the materials were complete, and Silver Bottle sent another 30 million computer-level spirit brains. Li Daochong quickly created 3 level 25 spirit yang fire talismans, but one of them failed. Song Ink was slightly damaged after many battles. However, at its current level, old Ghost Zhang couldn't help. Fortunately, the Demon Veins' venerable twin dragons were blacksmithing experts. With the support of the venerable twin dragons, Song Ink became a middle-grade immortal transformation Dharma treasure. There was only 1 bullet left in the Tranquility Spear. Naturally, it wasn't enough. Li Daochong mobilized the cultivators on the Blackwood Star and quickly gathered the required materials. He created 30 bullets overnight. Li Daochong didn't keep the Tranquility Spear for himself. Instead, he gave it to Silver Bottle. After this trip to the Qinsong Empire to participate in the first Spiritual Realm Youth Cultivation Competition, he naturally had to enter the road of reincarnation. Li Daochong didn't know when he would return. Before preparing for himself, he had to fully equip the Blue Bay Star. Chapter 754. The power of a level 25 talisman was enough to destroy a cultivation planet. It was considered a weapon of mass destruction, whether it was in the Federation or the 3 great cultivation empires. It would only be used when fighting against the Hades. Normally, it would be kept in the hands of the highest-ranking generals in the cultivation army. The only spirit sequencer in the Federation who could make a level 25 talisman was Spirit Talisman Sage. Now, there was one more person, Li Daochong. However, no one knew that the Blue Bay Star was already equipped with a level 25 talisman. Of course, the materials to make a level 25 talisman were too difficult to obtain, so Li Daochong lowered his requirements. After using up the phoenix blood, he stopped making top-grade talismans and started making level 19 talismans. With Princess Catherine, Wei Beitong, and Sung Jiao working together, they could provide Li Daochong with a considerable amount of materials. Compared to level 25 talismans, making level 19 talismans was much easier for Li Daochong. In less than 3 days, Li Daochong had created 15 level 19 strengthened talismans of various types. 5 ice talismans, 3 fire talismans, 3 thunder talismans, and 4 single-target protection talismans. Li Daochong kept 2 ice talismans, 1 fire talisman, and 1 thunder talisman for himself. The rest were given to Silver Bottle and Li Tianyang. The 4 single-target protection talismans were given to Silver Bottle, Li Tianyang, Shaoling River, and Li Qingyao. At this point, Li Daochong could not make more talismans. In terms of elixirs, Li Daochong made a deal with Wei Beitong. The demon-dispelling pill that he made on Blackwood Star could be considered a miraculous elixir. It could cure most of the poison in the Hades. Wei Beitong was very interested in this and used a large amount of elixirs to trade with Li Daochong. Li Daochong only kept about 100 of these elixirs for himself. The rest were given to Silver Bottle. For this trip to the In-Gun Empire, Li Daochong did not plan to bring anything, including the cherry blossom gauze. With her guardian Ping, Li Daochong would feel more at ease. Half a month later, Li Daochong prepared to go to Shanghua Planet after resting for a day to fulfill his agreement with Yu Yin to train Dragon Fang. But on this day, Li Daochong, who was recuperating in the old residence, received a sound transmission from Li Tianyang. Daochong, come to the Li building quickly. I was injured, and your sister was kidnapped. Li Daochong, who was sitting cross-legged in the cultivation room, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flickered violently with a bluish-gold brilliance. With a loud bang, Li Daochong flew into the sky like a cannonball. Li Daochong was furious. Someone actually dared to make a move on the Li family group. When Li Daochong dared to go to the Li building, Li Tianyang was covered in blood and lying in the meeting room on the top floor. The core members of the Li family were all seriously injured. Even Cherry Blossom Gauze was not spared. It was only because Cherry Blossom Gauze resisted with all her might that Yin Ping was not taken away. However, she was still seriously injured. Li Daochong did not expect that after his display of power at the Blue Bay Star half a month ago, someone from the Federation would openly challenge him. He checked everyone's injuries. Although they were serious, they were not fatal. The fact that the other party could injure Cherry Blossom Gauze was enough to prove that they were strong. The fact that they did not kill them was obviously intentional. Li Daochong suppressed the anger in his heart and helped everyone to recuperate. The strange thing was that there was only one person. He was wearing a special robe, and his face could not be seen clearly. He had kidnapped Li Qingyao and did not leave behind any information. Li Daochong's divine will scan the entire Blue Bay Star, but did not find any suspicious aura. Li Qingyao's aura had also disappeared. Not only was the other party powerful, but they were also very mysterious. The Blue Bay Star was not a big place. After Li Daochong finished treating everyone, he went out to do a carpet search. Li Daochong was just about to fly into the sky. A beautiful figure pushed open the door of the conference room and entered. A woman wearing a red robe walked in. She was full of immortal aura. This woman was Yin Feng, who had arrived at the Blue Bay Star 5 days ago. The meeting room on the top floor of the Li building was not a place that anyone could enter. However, it had become a market today. One stranger after another appeared here. The cultivators in charge of security outside the door had all fainted on the ground. Li Daochong, the woman in the red robe, looked at Li Daochong with interest. Li Daochong stared at the woman in the red robe. His heart was in turmoil. He could not see through this woman. Are you in cahoots with the people who kidnapped my sister? Li Daochong's voice was bone-chillingly cold. The people who kidnapped your sister? You mean Takeo Gaga? How could I be in cahoots with such a despicable person? The woman in the red robe's eyes flashed with disdain. You know who kidnapped my sister? The anger in Li Daochong's eyes dissipated slightly. From the words of this strange woman, she did not seem to be in cahoots with the people just now. Li Daochong, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I am Yin Feng, a citizen of Engan. I'm here to make a deal with Li Daoyu. Yin Feng did not answer the question, but she did her best to show her courtesy. Miss Yin, do you think Mr. Li is in the mood to make a deal with you now? Li Daochong's voice turned cold again. Fellow cultivator Li, I don't care if you're in the mood or not. You have to finish the deal with me first. Otherwise, you will never know where your sister is. Yin Feng said softly. Her eyes were full of pride. So you know where my sister is? Li Daochong said in a low voice. Not only do I know where she is, but I can also rescue her as long as you agree to make a deal with me. Yin Feng continued. Li Daochong's lips curled up slightly. Just now, he received Wei Beitong's telepathic message. Li Qingyao had been found. Wei Beitong had mobilized his spies in the Shadow Denver. If the entire Blue Bay Star wanted to escape the detection of these locusts, they would have to destroy the entire Blue Bay Star. Mr. Li hates blackmail the most. No matter what the deal is, Miss Yin, please don't mention it again. Mr. Li will not make any deals with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Daochong disappeared. A ray of light flashed across the sky. Yin Feng was stunned. She didn't catch Li Daochong's movement just now and followed him. In a valley more than 3,000 kilometers away from Tianyuan City, Li Qingyao was tied up tightly by an immortal binding rope. She couldn't move at all. The entire valley was surrounded by a faint barrier, isolating it from the outside world. Gaga Wuda and Qinya Huangquan wanted to search Li Qingyao's soul, but they were stopped by an old servant in linen clothes. The old servant was Grandpa Huangpu, who was beside Yin Feng. The old servant didn't have any aura. He was just an ordinary person. The two Void Refinement Realm cultivators were afraid of the two steel puppets behind the old servant. Void Refinement Realm steel puppets. Qinya Huangquan had been through many battles and had seen many things. However, he had never seen a Void Refinement Realm steel puppet in the past few hundred years. These puppets were strong enough to fight against a body integration realm cultivator. Steel puppets didn't have life, they didn't feel pain, and they didn't know if they were dead or alive. Their steel bodies were comparable to heavenly mystic magic gold. They were as hard as a rock. Ordinary Dharma treasures were useless against them. They were Dharma treasures themselves. Strictly speaking, steel puppets were a kind of spiritual robot. They were high-end products from the Great Cultivation era. There were also steel puppets in the ancient times, but they were all made with spiritual arrays. Compared to today's steel puppets, they were much worse in terms of quality, flexibility, and performance. However, Void Refinement Realm steel puppets weren't something that ordinary people could own. They couldn't be bought without at least 10 billion high-grade spirit stones. It was either a Tribulation Realm cultivator or a super cultivation company. Otherwise, it was impossible for them to have such a huge financial support. Even if you could afford it, you might not be able to use it. Void Refinement Realm steel puppets were expensive to maintain. Old Mister, do we know each other? Qinya Huangquan's tone changed as he asked, changing from his high and mighty attitude. It doesn't matter if you know each other or not. I want the woman in your hands now. Leave her and leave. I won't stop you. The old servant waved his hand. Old Mister, you're making things difficult for us. We brothers caught this woman. Why should we give her to you? Gaga would have said coldly. I want this woman to make a deal with someone. As for you two, you're just helping out. You can get lost now. The old servant's voice also turned cold. Old Mister, are you trying to rob me? Although Qinya Huangquan was afraid of the two steel puppets, he was also angry when he saw the old man's overbearing attitude. You can see that? Qinya Huangquan has good eyesight. The old servant praised. Who are you? Qinya Huangquan's pupils shrank when his name was mentioned. Chapter 755. I'll say it again. Leave the girl behind, and you can leave. The old servant's eyes flashed as he stared at Qinya Huangquan. Old thing, don't push me too far. Gaga Wuda's spirit chi exploded. At the same time, a black vortex appeared around Qinya Huangquan. The old servant didn't move at all, but the two steel puppets behind him moved instantly. They each held a huge saber in their hands and turned into two streaks of light that slashed towards the two shadow cultivators. Little tricks. Old man, do you really think that I'm afraid of you just because I have two pieces of scrap metal? Gaga Wuda sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, Gaga Wuda's body rapidly expanded. The muscles on his thin body bulged. The black ninja robe was very elastic. Gaga Wuda transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant, but the robe remained in its original form. Clang! Gaga Takeo jumped up, and the katana in his hand clashed with one of the steel puppet's giant blades. An ear-piercing sound rang out, and a terrifying shockwave was produced. Clang! The shockwave spread out. Gaga Woodha had a sinister smile on his face. This attack seemed to be blocking the steel puppet's attack. In fact, his target was the old servant. This old thing didn't have any spirit chi on him. He was obviously an ordinary person. Gaga Woodha wanted to use the shockwave to kill the old man. However, the shockwave didn't even move a hair on the old man. What? Gaga Woodha was slightly stunned. He didn't expect such a powerful shockwave to have no effect on the old man. On the other side, the black vortex around Qinya Huangquan condensed and clashed with the other steel puppet. Boom! The two forces collided with a terrifying explosion. The first level of the blue drop method, 100 cycle break. The vortex wrapped around the steel puppet, and dazzling sparks appeared around it. The old servant smiled faintly. Interesting. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. As soon as he finished speaking, the steel puppet let out a low roar. The golden spirit runes around it flashed. Bang! The black vortex was directly shattered and disappeared. Qinya Huangquan retreated more than 10 steps. His eyes were filled with fear. The Void Refinement Realm steel puppet was indeed worthy of its reputation. Before he could stabilize himself, the steel puppet had already appeared in front of him. Its speed was so fast that it seemed to have teleported. Qinya Huangquan didn't have time to think and mumbled. Whoosh! The giant blade slashed down. With a thud, it hit a wooden stake. Chiba Acheron's true body appeared behind the steel puppet, his katana stabbing towards the puppet's neck. This saber strike was powerful enough to sever the head of a Void Refinement Realm cultivator. But the steel puppet didn't care at all and slashed with its saber. Injury for injury. Damn it! Qinya Netherworld cursed as he quickly retracted his saber and retreated. Exchanging blows with a steel golem was tantamount to courting death. That thing was nothing more than an inanimate object made of magic gold. The old servant standing at the side revealed a look of pity and couldn't help but say, Qinya Huangquan, don't you shadow cultivators worship the spirit of the samurai Dao? Are you scared just like that? Qinya Huangquan did not seem to have heard it, but a sinister look flashed in his eyes. It would not be easy to get rid of these two steel puppets. The old man was the key. As long as the controller was killed, the two steel puppets would stop. Behind the 3-meter giant, Kagawa Takeo tried to fight the steel puppet head-on, but after more than 10 strikes, he was forced to retreat. There was still a huge disparity in strength. However, the two shadow cultivators looked at each other and immediately understood each other's thoughts. Almost at the same time, they launched a feint attack and blocked the two steel puppets. Then, they shot toward the old servant from the left and right at lightning speed. Kagawa Takeo's saber slashed toward the old servant like a rainbow. A black vortex poured out from Qinya Netherworld's body. The second stage of the blue sky technique, Thousand Wheel Slash. Thousands of black vortexes broke through the void and smashed toward the old servant like meteorites. Die! The two shadow cultivators shouted in their hearts. The old servant stood with his hands behind his back. He seemed to have no reaction, and his aura was still empty. A mortal would not have any reaction to the attack of a Void Refinement Realm cultivator, because he could not see anything. How could he react? Clang! Boom! Bang, 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 crack, crack. Kagawa Takeo's saber hit the target, and Qinya Netherworld's 1,000-wheel slash also landed on the old servant. The place where the old servant stood was filled with dust and smoke. It was a ruin, and the ground was deeply sunken. Qinya Netherworld revealed a sinister smile. If you want to fight with us, we'll make sure you don't even have a corpse left. At the same time, the two steel puppets were rooted to the spot, as if they had lost their driving force. In the dust, Kagawa Takeo's sinister smile froze. He did not feel like he had slashed his target. Instead, he felt like he was pinned to the spot by some invisible force. Kagawa Takeo's eyes widened. In the dust, a faint light could be seen rising from the old servant's body. In his giant form, Kagawa Takeo's saber could not even break through the old servant's spiritual highland. The old servant still stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Kagawa Takeo indifferently. The dust dissipated. When Shinya Netherworld saw this, he felt a chill down his spine. He still could not feel any aura from the old servant. "Do you want to fight with me?" the old servant said indifferently. There was no response. It was dead silent. Kagawa Takeo and Shinya Netherworld, the two great shadow cultivators, were having a mental breakdown. They could not understand how this old servant, who looked like he did not have any spirit chi, could be so terrifying. "I don't want to bully the weak. If you two can beat the steel puppets, I will leave without a word. If you can't, leave the girl behind and scram. But if you try to play dirty with me again, don't blame me for being impolite." The old servant was calm and did not have any intention to fight. His tone was calm, but it gave people an irresistible sense of authority. The two supreme shadow cultivators of the Emperor group, Kagawa Takeo and Shinya Netherworld, stood there in a daze. How could they fight like this? "Senior, we were blind and did not know how to appreciate your kindness. We have offended you today. Leave the girl behind and we will leave." Shinya Netherworld retracted his spirit chi without hesitation. As a late-stage void refinement cultivator, he could not sense any aura from the old man, even though he was right in front of him. There was no need to test how terrifying this old man was. Shinya Netherworld was confident that he could sense a thing or two, even if he was a body integration cultivator. He might not lose if they fought, and this old man's cultivation was unfathomable. He was probably far above the body integration cultivator. Thinking of this, beads of sweat dripped down the back of Shinya Netherworld's head. "Senior, please forgive us." Kagawa Takeo stood in front of the old servant. The fear in his heart was many times stronger than Shinya Netherworld's. His body trembled involuntarily. This old man obviously did not want to lower himself to their level. Otherwise, he would have killed them long ago. They would not even have a chance to fight back. "Hee, since you're so kind, I don't want to increase the sin of killing. Scram." The old servant smiled and waved his hand as if he was swatting away two flies. "Senior, thank you for not killing us. We will take our leave." Shinya Netherworld lowered his head. As for the old man's scram, he automatically ignored it. With that, the two of them flew into the air. They suppressed the fear in their hearts and slowly rose into the air. "Who allowed you to leave? Break one of your arms before you leave." Just as Kagawa Takeo and Shinya Netherworld were about to speed up, a clear voice pierced through the air. The two of them froze and looked at the void where the voice came from. Whoosh! A beam of cyan light rapidly shot over, and a handsome young man wearing a cyan martial robe appeared out of nowhere. Li Daochong. Shinya Netherworld recognized him at a glance. "You know who I am, and you dare to kidnap my sister? Who gave you the courage?" Li Daochong's voice was loud like a bell. The sound waves blasted toward Shinya Netherworld like waves. Chapter 756. Gaga Wuda and Chiba Acheron, who had just risen into the air, felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. It was as if an invisible giant palm had descended from the sky and pressed them down. The two of them staggered a few steps and almost lost their balance. Li Daochong floated in the air and slowly descended. He glanced at Li Qingyao, who had fainted not far away. His anger continued to rise, and his killing intent soared to the sky. Shinya Huangquan was feeling aggrieved. He was just worrying about not setting off. He had just been toyed with by an old man, and before he could recover, he was ambushed. Li Daochong was the only reason they had come to this barren planet from the distant starry sky. When enemies meet, their eyes would turn red. Gaga Wudo's katana buzzed. Li Daochong had killed two important members of the Emperor group in front of everyone. If he didn't avenge them, the Emperor group would become the joke of the An-Kuan Empire and the entire cultivation world. The old servant still stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. His somewhat white eyes shone with a sharp light as he looked at Li Daochong, who had suddenly arrived. It was the look of a hunter looking at his prey. Peak soul formation level, heavenly thunder spirit root, outstanding talent. He would be proud, even if he was in Ankuan Empire. Unfortunately, such a talent will become a dowry for the lady. A hint of joy appeared on the old servant's wrinkled face. It was the joy of finding a medicine that could increase the purity of Yin Feng's bloodline. Qinya Huangquan and Gaga Widow were about to attack when another powerful spirit Qi appeared in the sky. The golden light streaked across the sky like an aurora, arriving in an instant. Swoosh! The golden flame disappeared as it landed on the ground, and Yin Feng appeared. SDHH. The two shadow cultivators gasped at the same time. They didn't know the old man, but Yin Feng was one of the top 100 elites in the Nam Kuan top 10. Yin Feng had caused quite a stir in the Ankuan Empire a few years ago. Everyone knew about her. The Phoenix bloodline was one of the top bloodlines in both the ancient times and the current era of cultivation. Yin Feng was only at the mid-stage of the void refinement level. Her cultivation wasn't terrifying, but her combat power was far above Gaga Widow and Qinya Huangquan. Yin Feng Fairy. The two shadow cultivators said in unison. In the Ankuan Empire, prodigies had a higher status than ordinary cultivators. This was because they were the Empire's glory and hope. They were even the hope of the entire human domain's spiritual realm. Every single one of them had privileges that far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. To put it simply, if the Flame Phoenix was unhappy, she could kill Gaga Wuda and Chiba Acheron. Even if the Cultivator's Security Bureau knew that it was Yin Feng who did it, they wouldn't do anything to her. Instead, they would think of ways to clean up after her. The people who were killed by her could only die once. No one would pursue the matter, nor would they dare to pursue the matter unless you were stronger than her. On the surface, the great era of cultivation was much more civilized than the Antiquity Age. It was not as barbaric as the Antiquity Age. However, deep down, the strong were still respected and the weak were prey to the strong. It was still a world of high-level cultivators. Yin Feng glanced at the two indifferently. It was as if she was looking at two insignificant pebbles on the side of the road. It was as if this glance was superfluous. She then turned her gaze away as if it didn't exist. Qinya Huangquan originally wanted to attack, but when he saw that Yin Feng had come with Li Daochong, he immediately lost confidence. Did Li Daochong and Yin Feng know each other? Did they know each other? Or did they know each other? If the answer was yes, then Sato Ichran and Yin Dufeng would have died in vain. Even if Qinya Huangquan had 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to go against Yin Feng. That was simply seeking death, the kind where no one would be able to collect his corpse. Fairy Yin Feng, may I ask if you know Li Daochong? Qinya Huangquan really couldn't figure it out. He knew that he would be asking for trouble, but he still braced himself and asked carefully. Just like before, Yin Feng treated him as air and didn't say anything. She just stood there silently. At this moment, the old servant and Yin Feng were communicating through their wristwatches. Miss, the grudge between the Emperor Group and Li Daochong. Should we intervene? Don't interfere. Just watch. Young miss, aren't you afraid that Qinya Huangquan will accidentally kill that brat and watch the heavenly thunder spirit root disappear just like that? Grandpa Huangfu, are you sure this kid has the heavenly thunder spirit root? Yin Feng's eyes narrowed, and she was a little nervous. I forgot to congratulate Mississippi. Not only does this kid have the heavenly thunder spirit root, but he also cultivated the heavenly thunder yuanying. If Miss absorbs it, the probability of your bloodline purity increasing will be almost 100%. Really? Yin Feng couldn't hide her excitement. I brought the 9-twist jade tree flower. This is a natural treasure for detecting spirit roots. When Li Daochong appeared, the thunder jade flower vibrated violently and shattered on its own in a few seconds. This shows that the heavenly thunder spirit root has already reached phenomenal success. It seems that this kid is really a talent. If it weren't for the fact that I need to increase the purity of my bloodline, I wouldn't have the heart to take his spirit root. He will achieve great things in the future. The thunder power of the heavenly thunder spirit root is the nemesis of the dark ghost. Yin Feng said regretfully, Don't worry, Mississippi. Although this kid is talented, compared to Miss, the difference is like the difference between a swallow and a swan. They can't be compared. The human realm doesn't need self-cultivators, but immortals, real immortals. No matter how strong a self-cultivator is, he is still not an immortal. If he doesn't become an immortal, he will never be able to defeat the Hades ghost. It's just like how no matter how strong a spirit beast is, it can't compare to a dragon or a phoenix. The old servant's eyes were cold. In his eyes, Yin Feng was a real phoenix and a real dragon. Everyone else was just a pile of trash. Yin Feng fell silent. Her eyes were still filled with regret. She knew very well what it meant to take someone's spirit root. Fighting the Hades was Yin Feng's only goal in life. Therefore, she should support anyone or anything that could threaten the Hades. She should incubate them and use them as weapons to kill the dark ghost. But today, she had to kill a genius cultivator with the heavenly thunder spirit root. Perhaps she wouldn't have to take his life, but her cultivation would definitely be damaged, and she wouldn't be able to improve in the future. Faced with an unavoidable choice, Yin Feng could only choose the most beneficial option. Li Daocheng's achievements might not be low, but could he break through to the tribulation passing stage, or even the Mahayana stage? The probability was too small. It was almost zero. As long as she fused with the heavenly thunder spirit root, her future cultivation would be smooth. Not to mention the tribulation passing stage, even the Mahayana stage was only a matter of time. She also had a 10% chance of breaking through to the celestial immortal stage that every cultivator yearned for since ancient times. Qinya Huangquan's face twitched unnaturally when he didn't get a response. He didn't dare to make a move when Yin Feng ignored him. If Li Daocheng really had some kind of relationship with Yin Feng, then he would be making an enemy out of a prodigy if he made a move. Everyone present had their own thoughts. Only Li Daocheng's heart was as clear as a mirror. He didn't have such thoughts. At this moment, there was nothing but anger. Li Daocheng didn't make a move immediately because after he landed, his divine will sensed an unusually powerful hidden spirit chi field. This was the strongest spirit chi field that Li Daocheng had ever sensed. Late body integration stage, peak body integration stage, tribulation passing stage. Li Daocheng could only sense this spirit chi field, but he couldn't see it clearly. It was blocked by a barrier, and his divine will couldn't touch it directly. Li Daocheng's spiritual will was so powerful that it was comparable to that of a body integration stage old devil, especially one who specialized in spiritual will. Ordinary body integration stage old devils were no match for Li Daocheng. Even with such a powerful divine will, Li Daocheng couldn't clearly sense the cultivation level of the old man in front of him. It was Li Daocheng's first time encountering such a situation. The old man looked no different from an ordinary person. If Li Daocheng hadn't focused his divine will, even he wouldn't have been able to sense it. Li Daocheng was naturally wary of such a powerful existence. It was inevitable that he would be distracted. However, Li Daocheng had several super spirit talismans with him, so he wasn't afraid of encountering such a powerful being. Li Daocheng had killed 3 Devil King level nether demons, and he had killed all of them. Although he had taken advantage of the time, place, and people to kill them, Li Daocheng's strength was still shocking. Li Daocheng's cultivation level was at the mid-spatial tempering stage, but his actual combat prowess was comparable to that of a late body integration cultivator. If he fought with his life on the line, even a pinnacle body integration cultivator might not be able to gain an advantage over him. Of course, the body integration cultivators mentioned here were only ordinary body integration cultivators. If they were prodigies of the spirit realm, Li Daocheng wouldn't be able to defeat them so easily. Li Daocheng wasn't a reckless person. He had already informed Cherry Blossom Gauze and Silver Bottle of his location. Their injuries weren't serious, so they could recover after some rest. This was Li Daocheng's territory, so he would naturally use all the combat power he could. Silver Bottle had the Nirvana Spear, a level 25 protection talisman, and a fire talisman. Cherry Blossom Gauze's combat power was comparable to an early-stage body integration cultivator when her nether chi was suppressed. With the help of the two of them, Li Daochong was confident that even if there was a peak stage body integration cultivator, he would be able to fight. All in all, Li Daochong wasn't afraid of that old man. It had only been 10 seconds since Li Daochong appeared, but everyone's hearts were pounding. It was an exciting scene. Qin Yellow Springs was in a dilemma. He hesitated for a moment, glanced at Yin Feng, gritted his teeth, and decided to admit defeat. He glared at Li Daochong and gave Kagawuda a look. He turned around and was about to fly away. However, just as he moved, a beam of Tsung ink slashed across the sky. Qin Yellow Springs felt a chill down his spine and hurriedly raised his katana to block. Whoosh! The blade flashed past. Qin Yellow Springs' eyes and mouth widened in disbelief. A second later, a neat cut appeared on the katana in his hand. This Tongshuan-level high-grade Dharma treasure was as fragile as a piece of paper. However, Qin Yellow Springs had no time to worry about his natal Dharma treasure. A neat line of blood appeared from the top of his head, starting from his forehead to his chin. Poof! Blood spurted out. The late-stage Void Refinement Realm Shadow Cultivator, Qin Yellow Springs, was split in half. No, it's impossible. When the two halves of his body were separated, Qin Yellow Springs mumbled. Endless fear reached the depths of his soul. This slash didn't just split his spiritual body, it also split his primordial spirit in half. Li Daochong killed Qin Yellow Springs with a casual slash. What? The old servant's eyes narrowed. For the first time, he was surprised. He expected Li Daochong to be extremely talented, but he didn't expect it to be this high. Qin Yellow Springs may not be considered a powerhouse in the Kuan Empire, but he was still an unpredictable and terrifying shadow cultivator. His strength was much stronger than other cultivators of the same level. However, he couldn't even withstand a single slash from Li Daochong. It was fine if he couldn't withstand it, but this slash killed Qin Yellow Springs. Even his primordial spirit couldn't escape in time. What kind of strength was this? Grandpa Huangfu, how is this possible? Yin Feng was shocked. Before the old man and the young girl could recover from their shock, Li Daochong took a step forward. His aura was powerful enough to topple mountains and overturn seas. Kagawuda, who was rooted to the spot, was crushed into powder. The last thing he saw was his mouth opening to scream, but before he could make a sound, he disappeared into nothingness. Li Daochong took a step forward without moving a finger. Just by concentrating his spiritual qi, he killed the mid-stage Void Refinement Realm Shadow Cultivator, Kagawuda. Chapter 757. The old servant didn't care about worldly affairs for hundreds of years. In the past few decades, he had been serving the Yin family. After Yin Feng was born, all his attention was on Yin Feng, and he didn't walk around the cultivation world anymore. However, the old servant had seen and remembered everything that happened in the cultivation world. However, the old servant had never seen or heard of this young man in front of him. His appearance was like a bolt of lightning on a sunny day. 1 second, he didn't exist, but the next second, he appeared out of nowhere and stunned everyone. When had the old servant ever made a mistake? This time, he had completely misjudged the situation. Li Daochong easily killed Sato Ichinen and Zhang Yaodu. That was already dazzling enough. There weren't many young cultivators in the Kuan Empire who could do that. The old servant estimated that Li Daochong was at the peak of soul formation. Killing 2 cultivators of the same level in seconds was enough to show his extraordinary strength. It would only take a few minutes for him to enter the Kuan top 10. However, the old servant never dreamed that Li Daochong could kill Chiba Huangquan and Kagawuda in seconds. What kind of concept was that? Killing someone of the same level in seconds was shocking enough, but killing someone of a higher level in seconds was something that not many people in the cultivation world could do. If Li Daochong was really at the peak of soul formation, then his talent wasn't any weaker than Yin Feng's. The old servant's pride was shaken at this moment. Li Daochong killed Chiba Huangquan and Kagawuda as if he was squashing 2 ants. Only then did his anger dissipate. Li Daochong then walked to Li Qingyao and checked on her sister's condition. She was fine. She was just knocked unconscious. He grabbed Li Qingyao's small hand and transferred some spiritual energy into her body. Oh, Li Qingyao woke up after a while. She frowned and slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Li Daochong's face clearly, Li Qingyao was shocked and sat up immediately. Brother, someone attacked the Li family's building. Father and the rest were injured. Even Sister Luo wasn't their match. Li Daochong looked at Li Qingyao's nervous expression and smiled. It's okay. I killed those two guys. Li Qingyao stared blankly at Li Daochong and asked in disbelief, Kill? She clearly couldn't react in time because the two cultivators were too powerful, far beyond her imagination. Li Qingyao had never seen such a terrifying cultivator before. She glanced around and quickly saw the two halves of a corpse lying on the ground not far away. She recognized at a glance that the dismembered fellow was one of the two terrifying cultivators who had abducted her. At this time, her nervous mood eased, but when she looked at Li Daochong, her eyes were filled with awe. She knew that her brother was very strong, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. The two cultivators who kidnapped her felt like they could change the color of the sky and dim the stars with just a wave of their hands. Li Daochong, I'm not mistaken, am I? The old servant asked. There have been quite a few people looking for me recently. Which force did Senior send you here? Zhang family? Emperor group? Or the Shadow group? Li Daochong stood up and asked the old servant coldly. None of them. I'm looking for you because I want to make a deal with you. As long as you agree, you can name your terms. The old servant went straight to the point. A deal. Li Daochong looked at Yin Feng curiously. This woman had said the same thing not long ago. What kind of deal? Li Daochong, let's not talk about the deal first. Let me introduce you first. The old servant smiled and continued. This red-clothed celestial maiden is Yin Feng from the Yin family of the Phoenix tribe of the Nankuan Empire. She is the inheritor of the Phoenix bloodline. The blood of the Phoenix mythical beast flows in her veins. She is the 48th most talented woman in the Nam Kuan top 10. I am Huang Fushua, Fairy Yin Feng's servant. Li Daochong had no interest in the old man and the woman. If it weren't for the fact that the old man was unfathomable, he would have already left with Li Qingyao. Although Li doesn't know the two of you, the Yin family of the Phoenix tribe is a legendary family that fought against the Hades in the human realm. The story of the Yin family is widely known. Li admires the Yin family's heroic deeds. The fact that the descendant of the Yin family is ranked 48th on the prodigy roll at such a young age. The ancestors of the Yin family who fought against the Hades can be comforted. Li Daochong replied casually. Li Daochong, it's great that you know about the Yin family. Huang Fushua smiled. Senior, please speak your mind. Li Daochong didn't like to beat around the bush. Little brother Li, you are extremely talented and possess the heavenly lightning spiritual root. Although the Yin family has inherited the Phoenix bloodline, the purity of the Phoenix bloodline has yet to reach the perfect state. Only by fusing with the heavenly lightning spiritual root can one condense the perfect Phoenix blood essence. As long as little brother Li is willing to give up the heavenly lightning spiritual root, you can immediately become a high elder of the Yin family and receive the Phoenix bloodline inheritance. The entire Yin family will be at your disposal. Heavenly Thunder Spirit Root? Li Daochong was a little confused. Where did he get the Heavenly Thunder Spirit Root? Not to mention that he didn't have it. Even if he did, no one would agree to such a deal. No matter how good the bargaining chip was, it would be useless. What was the Spirit Root? It was the lifeblood of a cultivator. Once it was lost, it was equivalent to cutting off one's cultivation. No matter how hard one tried to make up for it in the future, one's cultivation would regress. It was like pulling out the tendons of an athlete's arms and legs. Take note that it was pulled out, not broken. If it was broken, it could be reconnected. If it was pulled out, it would be gone. How could one still want to exercise? Dream your ass. Of course, Li Daochong did not have any spirit roots. His spirit veins were incomplete when he first awakened them. It was only because of the hot blood level up tool that he managed to awaken them. However, it was not strange for others to misunderstand that Li Daochong had the heavenly thunder spirit root. Not to mention this mysterious old man in front of him. Any cultivator with some knowledge would think that Li Daochong had the heavenly thunder spirit root. Lightning-type techniques were not easy to learn, not to mention lightning-type divine abilities. However, Li Daochong's casual move was able to bring out the effects of lightning. It was enough to show that his control of the lightning element had already reached the point of perfection. As Li Daochong's thoughts flashed, he sneered in his heart, wanting to snatch someone else's spirit root, calling it a deal. Not to mention whether this old man was sincere or not. Even if he was, Li Daochong would definitely not agree. Senior, spirit roots are the foundation of a cultivator. There's no need to talk about this kind of deal. Farewell. Li Daochong tried his best to restrain himself. With that, Li Daochong picked up Li Qingyao, who was still very weak, and flew up into the air. He did not want to say anything else and was about to leave. Stop right there. Huang Fushua's voice was like muffled thunder. His spiritual pressure surged violently, and even the blue bay star trembled slightly in the face of his voice. After Li Daochong's extraordinary power, Yin Feng's heart had wavered. Forcing someone to hand over their spirit root was no different from asking for their life. Before Yin Feng could say anything, Huang Fushua had already attacked. Yin Feng stared at Huang Fushua with a dumbfounded expression. Even she was having trouble withstanding this powerful spiritual pressure. Never would she have thought that the feeble old servant who had been serving her this entire time would be a body integration cultivator. It was not that Yin Feng had never doubted Huang Fushua, but she had never thought that he would be this powerful. There were not many body integration cultivators in the entire Yin family, and the spiritual pressure that Huang Fushua was emitting was close to the peak of the body integration stage. Li Daochong was already prepared. He pushed his hand forward, and a ball of spiritual qi supported Li Qingyao, pushing her to the bottom of slope a few hundred meters away to support a spiritual shield. Li Daochong had already expected that he would not leave so easily. This old man did not come with good intentions. He looked kind and amiable, and his words were kind, but deep down he revealed an irresistible force to buy and sell. To put it bluntly, he would try peaceful means before resorting to force. If you agree, then everything will be easy. If you don't, then I won't hold back. Li Daochong was naturally not afraid of the spiritual qi that was surging towards him. Boom! The violent spiritual qi that Li Daochong had hidden in his body erupted, and he instantly broke through the barrier of the void refinement realm. The spiritual shield formed by the pure spiritual qi was incomparably solid and solid. Huang Fushua's spiritual pressure did not affect Li Daochong in the slightest. Li Daochong slowly descended from the sky and turned around with a calm expression. The spiritual pressure of the body integration realm was actually not as strong as a breeze. Senior, what's the matter? Li Daochong looked at Huang Fushua and asked calmly. Huang Fushua was stunned. At that moment, the old man wondered if his primordial spirit had become rusty because he had not moved for a long time. His spiritual pressure actually did not affect a junior at all. Moreover, the spiritual aura that Li Daochong had unleashed caused Huang Fushua to be secretly shocked. He had predicted that Li Daochong's cultivation base was at the peak of the soul formation realm, but the spiritual qi that erupted from him was actually at the void refinement realm. The peak of the void refinement realm. His cultivation base was comparable to Yin Feng's. Huang Fushua's eyes were slightly moved, but he felt a lot better in his heart. No wonder this kid could kill Qinya Huangquan instantly. It turned out that he was at the middle of the void refinement realm. From the looks of it, this kid's talent was not as terrifying as it seemed. It was not surprising that he was able to kill Sato, Ichirin, and the other soul formation realm cultivators in an instant. If he couldn't even kill someone who was at a higher cultivation base than him, then what was the point of cultivating? This made Huang Fushua feel a lot better. Yin Feng is still much stronger than you, kid. Little friend, I've already shown you my sincerity. If you don't agree, then don't blame me for being impolite. Huang Fushua could see that Li Daochong was unwilling, so he stopped pretending to be friendly. If the deal did not work out, then he could only snatch it. Huang Fu Shuo was determined to obtain the heavenly lightning spirit root. Whether Yin Feng would be able to shine in the first spirit realm youth cultivation competition depended on this. No matter what, Huang Fu Shuo was not going to miss such a rare opportunity. Old thing, aren't you tired of pretending for so long? Why didn't you just say that you wanted to snatch it from the beginning? Why did you have to do this? You're so strenuous. Li Daochong was bored to death. Shut up, you rude brat. Slap yourself. Yin Feng scolded when she heard Li Daochong call Huang Fu Shuo an old thing. Shut up, you stinking bitch. Did I talk to you? If you keep calling me that, I'll tear your stinking mouth apart. Li Daochong glared at her angrily. Damn it, you're snatching other people's genitals and you think you're in the right? You. Yin Feng was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She could not react in time and was scolded to the point that she could not say anything. Yin Feng was the pride of the Nankuan Empire. She was the moon surrounded by the stars. Regardless of whether it was a male or female cultivator, they would show her great respect when they saw her. Countless suitors surrounded Yin Feng and tried to please her, not to mention scolding her. Even their tone of voice was very careful. They did not dare to offend her, let alone scold her. Li Daochong actually said such rude, barbaric, and rude words to her. I'll kill you. Yin Feng was so angry that she went berserk. Just as she was about to attack, she was suppressed by an aura. Huang Fu Shuo had appeared in front of her out of nowhere. Young mistress, don't dirty your hands. This old servant's 2 void refinement realm steel puppets are enough to take care of this brat. Huang Fu Shuo's calm expression was actually filled with killing intent. He could scold him, but he could not scold Yin Feng. She was his treasure, the pearl in his palm. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 steel puppets that were dealing with Qinya Huangquan and Gaga Wuda immediately moved. Li Daochong stood with his hands behind his back. Looking at the 2 steel puppets that leaped high into the air, a faint smile appeared on his face. Stinking brat, you're about to die and you're still smiling, Huang Fu Shuo said with disdain. As he spoke, his eyes flashed. The aura of the 2 steel puppets suddenly changed. The steel bodies that were made of magic gold emitted a dazzling brilliance. The spirit patterns on the puppets buzzed and produced a terrifying sound of gears turning. Huang Fu Shuo had released all the spirit patterns that were sealed on the steel puppets. Clang! A white long sword whizzed through the air. One of the steel puppets was sliced into several pieces. Bang! Then a gunshot rang out. A silver light flashed past, and the other steel puppets had exploded. Clang! Dong! The 2 steel puppets lost all their spirit chi and turned into scrap metal. They fell heavily to the ground from the sky. 2 beautiful figures flew over from the sky. The cherry blossom gauze and the silver vase landed on both sides of Li Daochong at the same time. Master, Big Brother Daochong. Chapter 758. Huang Fu Shuo stared with wide eyes as his 2 precious steel puppets were killed in an instant. They were killed before they even had a chance to unleash their full power. Those were void refinement stage steel puppets. Their bodies were several times stronger than the spirit bodies of void refinement stage cultivators. Even void refinement stage cultivators like Qinya Huangquan were no match for them. However, they were taken care of by 2 women who had suddenly appeared. Huang Fu Shuo was at the pinnacle of the body integration stage. What was even more unacceptable to Huang Fu Shuo was that the 2 women were not inferior to Yin Feng in the slightest, be it in terms of aura or beauty. Cherry Blossom Gauze was dressed in a white robe. She was elegant, and her devastatingly beautiful face was expressionless. However, there was an air of arrogance about her. Her skin was as white as snow, and her black hair was draped over her shoulders. Her figure was graceful, and her curves were soul-stirring. She was so beautiful that it took one's breath away. Huang Fu Shuo had been in the cultivation world for thousands of years, and he had seen all kinds of female cultivators. However, all of them paled in comparison to this white-robed woman. However, The other woman who had come with a white-robed woman was not affected by the former's haughty demeanor. The two women had completely different styles. The other woman was, of course, Ping. She wore a light blue dress that exposed her collarbone slightly. Her skin was as smooth as jade, like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water. She was tall and slender, not losing to the white-clothed woman at all. Her seemingly weak appearance faintly revealed some kind of inviolable determination. Her beauty gave people a feeling that she was otherworldly. It was this gentle yet not weak quality that allowed her to stand beside the white-clothed woman without losing out at all. This was the first time Huang Fushua had seen Cherry Blossom Gauze and Ping, and the second time for Yanfeng. Li Xiao, I didn't expect you to have helpers. However, I don't think it's appropriate for a man to hide behind a woman, Huang Fushua said sourly. Why should I hide? Lily is standing behind them openly, Li Daochong said nonchalantly. Provocation did not work on him. Hee, so you're a man who lives off women, Huang Fushua said with a disdainful smile. Living off a woman is Mr. Li's lifelong pursuit. What can you do about it? Li Daochong dug his ears. Not only was he not in a hurry, but he also took it for granted. That's good. Today, this old man will take your heavenly lightning spiritual route, and you can achieve your goal of living off a woman. Huang Fushua's voice turned cold. A mere pinnacle body integration stage, cultivator wants to seize my spiritual route? Old thing, you're thinking too much, Li Daochong said coolly. You'll find out soon enough whether or not I'm overthinking it. Little friendly, this old man hasn't exercised his muscles for many years. If you can make this old man want to exercise, then I can be proud. As Huang Fushua spoke, his aura began to change. In the void, the clouds rolled, and all the spiritual energy within a radius of several thousand kilometers was instantly sucked dry. Clang, clang, clang. The space seemed to be distorted, and a strange sound was heard, as if an empty cannon had been fired. Little friendly, this old man is going to attack. Do you want to have some time to hide behind those two girls? Huang Fushua didn't forget to mock him. This old man had lived for so long, and now that he was being called an old thing again and again, it was impossible for him not to feel a little bit of shock. Whether it was in battle or words, he had to win back some ground. Old thing, you're not worthy of Mr. Li's two friends to attack with your little bit of power, Li Daochong said with a smile. Master, Yingsha requests to battle. Cherry Blossom Gauze's beautiful eyes flashed coldly. She had the urge to release all of her dark energy and fight. Last time when she was held back by the Dark Shadow Assassin, Luo Yingsha had been suppressing her strength and didn't dare to release her nether chi. If she was found out that there was a Magus Ancestor-level nether ghost in the human realm spirit realm, there would be chaos. This made her very sullen. With Li Daochong here, she knew that he would have a way to conceal her dark energy. Therefore, she could fight this old man to her heart's content without any fear. He's just an old man. There's no need for you two to attack. If you two attack, it'll be too much of a bully. I can handle it, Li Daochong joked. Ping couldn't help but laugh. Cherry Blossom Gauze's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she glanced at Li Daochong. She didn't expect him to have such a mischievous side. However, Cherry Blossom Gauze didn't understand why Li Daochong could still joke around in the face of a peak body integration cultivator. You two stand further away. Don't dirty your clothes, Li Daochong added. Cherry Blossom Gauze and Ping both floated up and flew back. How ruthless! Huang Fushua was completely enraged by Li Daochong. He stretched out his hand, and a piece of frost jade appeared in his hand. Ka. As soon as the frost jade appeared, the temperature within a few dozen kilometers plummeted. A layer of frost formed on the ground. Countless icicles of varying sizes floated around Huang Fushua. Countless of them. Go! Huang Fushua shouted. The icicles rained down on Li Daochong at lightning speed. Before he could finish his sentence, the icicles had already landed on Li Daochong's body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless icicles pierced through Li Daochong's body. A disdainful sneer appeared on Huang Fushua's face. However, in less than a second, his smile stiffened. Li Daocheng's figure gradually blurred and disappeared. The icicles had only pierced through Li Daocheng's afterimage. Peak body integration cultivator? Is all you've got? TSK. How boring. Li Daocheng's voice came from behind Huangfu Shuo. Huangfu Shuo's eyes flashed. He didn't turn around. Instead, he pressed his palm down. Boom! An iceberg condensed in the sky and came crashing down. Whoosh! An inky brilliance flashed, and the iceberg was split in half, smashing into the ground. Half of the iceberg was buried in the ground. Li Daocheng stood between the two halves of the iceberg. Huangfu Shuo put his hands together and made a clapping sound as if he was clapping his hands. The two halves of the iceberg seemed to have a life of their own. Boom! They suddenly collided. Ah! Seeing this scene, Yinping screamed. Li Daocheng stood in the crack between the two halves of the iceberg. The collision was so fierce that the iceberg shattered into countless ice shards and fell to the ground. The temperature dropped again. Huangfu Shuo's expression was serious this time. This peak body integration stage old demon who hadn't fought for a long time was starting to get serious. At the same time, an indescribable shock rose in Huangfu Shuo's heart. Li Daocheng was able to exchange so many moves with him. One had to know that Huangfu Shuo's absolute frost divine art was a mid-grade profound heaven divine art. When he used it, the temperature dropped to the freezing point. Even a soul formation cultivator would be frozen in an instant. Li Daocheng wasn't affected by the cold at all. Even his movements weren't affected. This time, Huangfu Shuo clearly saw Li Daocheng shoot out from between the two halves of the iceberg. His speed was so fast that even Huangfu Shuo was shocked. After a short moment of absent-mindedness, Huangfu Shuo felt a chill behind his head and hurriedly waved his hand. An ice wall rose from the ground as if it had appeared out of thin air. Clang! Crack! Li Daocheng held Song ink and slashed at the ice wall. His eyes were filled with regret. The ice wall's hardness was far beyond his imagination. Li Daocheng thought that a mere ice wall wouldn't be able to block his powerful slash. However, it was blocked, and Song Mo only left a cut mark on the ice wall. Daocheng, this absolute frost divine art is much more powerful than my ice spirit chi. Within Song ink, Shui and I transmitted her voice. Her face was pale. Yes, I know. Don't attack. I'll do it, Li Daocheng replied. Huangfu Shuo condensed the absolute frost sword in his hand and stabbed it into the ice wall. To be precise, the ice sword didn't pierce through the ice wall. Instead, the ice melded with each other. The ice wall instantly turned into countless ice swords and stabbed towards Li Daocheng. Holy shit, Li Daocheng cursed in his heart. Heavenly thunder divine art, thousand sound escape. With a boom, Li Daocheng tore through the air, retreating like a bolt of lightning. He barely dodged Huangfu Shuo's sudden attack. If Li Daocheng didn't have the thousand sound escape, he would have been defeated the moment Huangfu Shuo attacked. On the surface, Li Daocheng seemed to be on par with Huangfu Shuo. However, he had been dodging all this time. The reason he was able to counterattack was because Huangfu Shuo was stunned for a moment. Li Daocheng took advantage of that moment to launch a sneak attack. Although Li Daocheng dodged the fatal attack, his skin was still cut by the ice sword. A trace of blood flowed out of his cheek, and several holes appeared on his martial robe. A peak body integration stage cultivator was indeed powerful. Li Daocheng's eyes were piercingly cold. He didn't dare to be careless. He condensed his spiritual chi and held nothing back. The ice wall turned into thousands of ice swords and chased after Li Daocheng without any hesitation. Huangfu Shuo's skills were extremely coherent, and they were executed in one breath. There were endless transformations, and he could switch between offense and defense at will. Within the range of the absolute frost divine art, Huangfu Shuo could freely control everything. Looking at the rain of ice swords, Li Daocheng spat. He used the thousand sound escape to run in circles while thinking of a countermeasure. Brat, your escaping skills are really good. Let me give you a little more. Huangfu Shuo was extremely surprised by Li Daocheng's terrifying speed. He tried his best to conceal it and said in a relaxed tone. As soon as he finished speaking, hailstones fell from the clouds. Each one of them was unimaginably fast. Li Daocheng's eyes were filled with shock. Thousands of ice swords and a large area of hailstones completely enveloped him. There was nowhere to run. Grandpa Huangfu, you can't kill him. Yin Feng cried out. If Li Daocheng died, the heavenly thunder spirit root would no longer exist. Young miss, don't worry. Why would I kill him? He won't die, but it'll be worse than death. Huangfu Shua smiled. Boom! Suddenly, a ball of fire exploded in the sky. Rolling waves of fire covered the sky and earth. The falling hailstones and ice swords melted in an instant. What? Huangfu Shua's smile froze. Li Daocheng fell from the sky in a sorry state. His green martial robe was burnt black and many parts were still burning. Pa! 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 Li Daocheng spat out the foreign object in his mouth as he patted the flames on his body. Huangfu Shua's mouth was wide open as he looked at Li Daocheng. Although he was in a sorry state, he was unharmed. That scared me. That was close. Li Daocheng patted out the last wisp of flames and muttered to himself. The terrifying wave of fire was an enhanced version of a level 19 fire talisman that Li Daocheng shot out. Old bastard, you're good. It's my turn now, Li Daocheng said fiercely. Huangfu Shuo recovered from his shock and turned into a ray of cold light. The absolute zero ice sword in his hand pierced towards Li Daocheng's chest. Pa! Pa! Li Daocheng's body flashed with electricity and his eyes shone with a blue-gold light. Heavenly Thunder Art, Eye of Thunder Punishment. Boom! Two terrifying bolts of primordial lightning shot out from Li Daocheng's eyes. Chapter 759. Huangfu Shua didn't expect Li Daocheng to use such a terrifying lightning divine art. At that moment, the peak body integration stage old demon felt a chill run down his spine and almost screamed. You want to dodge? Impossible. The speed of light was something even Mahayana cultivators couldn't reach. In fact, it was already too late when he heard the explosion. The two bolts of lightning had already hit Huangfu Shua. Boom! The ice sword Absolute Frost clashed with the lightning bolts. Huangfu Shua's spiritual highland seemed to have materialized, but it was still penetrated by the lightning bolts. Impossible! The old man let out a cry of surprise and was sent flying backward. He crashed into a mountain peak over 10 kilometers away like a meteor. Boom, boom, boom. In a straight line, more than 10 mountains were all pierced through. Li Daocheng didn't have it easy either. Although the lightning bolts had neutralized most of the absolute frost chi, there was still a small part of it that went through the lightning bolts. Li Daocheng's feet were fixed on the ground, and he slid back a few hundred meters, leaving 2 deep trenches in the ground. Crack, crack! Li Daocheng's spiritual highland was broken by the absolute frost chi, and ice formed on the surface of his spiritual body. In a flash, Li Daocheng was sealed in ice. However, in a mere second, pong, the layer of ice sealing Li Daocheng was quickly broken. Li Daocheng flicked away the ice shards on his body. His primordial spirit in the world inside his body released spiritual chi and circulated it around his body, forcing the cold air out of his body. Yin Phoenix opened her mouth and looked at Li Daocheng in disbelief. She didn't know how strong Huangfu Shua was. However, it was a fact that Huangfu Shua was at the peak body integration stage, and the absolute frost chi was the most powerful absolute frost chi in the cultivation world. Although a peak body integration stage cultivator couldn't unleash the full power of the absolute frost chi, it was enough to freeze a planet. However, Li Daocheng was able to resist such a terrifying absolute frost chi and even sent Huangfu Shua flying. Those 2 bolts of heavenly lightning were extremely powerful. Yin Feng had never seen anything like that in her entire life. If she were to face them head-on, she might not even be able to survive. How could Li Daocheng be so strong? Previously, Yin Feng had predicted that Li Daocheng could easily enter the top 1,000 in the prodigy list. At that time, He felt that he had praised Li Daochong. Now it seemed like a complete joke. Only a mid-stage void refinement realm cultivator could defeat a cultivator at the peak of the body integration stage. Not many of the top 10 cultivators on the genius list could do that. The shock on Yin Feng's beautiful face continued to spread. She even forgot to worry about whether Huang Fushuo was injured or not. She stared dumbfoundedly at Li Daochong, who was brushing off the ice on his body as if nothing had happened. Whoosh! A beam of light shot over. Huang Fushuo flew back, his old face extremely gloomy. His clothes were tattered, and he looked about the same as Li Daochong. A small part of his skin was char-black due to the lightning energy. Huang Fushuo's pride was shattered by Li Daochong's attack. He had always thought that Yin Feng's talent was rare, and the top 5 in the prodigy list of the prodigy list were nothing in his eyes. Yin Feng was weaker than them now because of her incomplete bloodline. As long as she had a perfect bloodline, she would become the strongest young cultivator in the spirit world of the human realm for thousands of years. However, Huang Fushuo's confidence was shaken. Huang Fushuo had spent thousands of years learning, including his mother's womb, but he still didn't expect Li Daochong to be so powerful. Was he still human? Was he a descendant of an immortal from the ancient cultivation era? It wasn't impossible for a mid-stage void refinement cultivator to fight a peak unity stage cultivator head-on. There were records in the human realm of the spirit world of the human realm for thousands of years. Even now, Gun and the other top 5 cultivators might be able to do the same. However, Huang Fushuo was no ordinary cultivator at the pinnacle of the body integration stage. Back in the day, Huang Fushuo was also a genius cultivator who could fight above his level. Perhaps he wasn't at the level of a top genius, but he was still very strong. That guy had actually sent him flying away. After withstanding 2 bolts of lightning, Huang Fushuo felt like he was going through a tribulation. It was too terrifying. Fortunately, Huang Fushuo's spirit body was already fully formed, and his primordial spirit had already reached a balance with his spirit body. Void refinement, soul refinement, body refinement, body refinement, body refinement, Dao refinement. These 2 stages complemented each other, but the gap between the void refinement and body refinement was much bigger than all the previous stages combined. To put it simply, a void refinement cultivator was no different from a foundation establishment cultivator in front of a body refinement cultivator. It would only take a single thought to kill you. Of course, this wasn't absolute, but it was within the normal range. There were always some geniuses in the world who could surpass the constraints of the norm and achieve actual combat strength that far exceeded the norm. This was caused by a combination of factors, such as divine abilities, cultivation methods, dharma treasures, and primordial spirit. If a low-level cultivator could comprehend a powerful divine ability, it could pose a fatal threat to a high-level cultivator. In terms of cultivation base, low-level cultivators would never be able to catch up to high-level cultivators, but combat strength was another matter. To put it bluntly, one's cultivation base was a result of one's own comprehension. It allowed one to have a more thorough understanding of the laws of spiritual qi, and one's Dao was natural. One could comprehend even more powerful divine abilities, possess an enormous amount of spiritual qi, and transcend the mortal world. Therefore, the divine abilities of high-level cultivators were much stronger than those of low-level cultivators, but it wasn't absolute. This was like a pack of wolves. Everyone was a wolf. But did this mean that every wolf's combat strength was the same? Obviously not. Wolves were also divided into weak and strong wolves, and the strongest wolf was the alpha wolf. Then, from the perspective of transcending realms, leopards were above wolves, at least in the normal range. In a one-on-one battle, would a wolf definitely not be able to defeat a leopard? Not necessarily. The innate wolf king had a huge body, super explosive power, and a good brain. It was possible for it to kill an ordinary leopard in an instant. The analogy might not be appropriate, but that was the general idea. It was easier to understand when it came to cultivators. If a low-level cultivator could kill an ordinary high-level cultivator, It meant that the low-level cultivator was extremely talented. If they could kill a talented high-level cultivator, it would be even more amazing. Huang Fushua looked at Li Daochong, who had a nonchalant expression. He didn't say anything and circulated the spirit qi in his body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Sparks flashed across Huang Fushua's body as he forced out all the lightning power that had invaded his body. Buzz, buzz, zung. A ray of light broke through the void and whizzed over. A 5-inch short sword appeared in front of Huang Fushua. The short sword was gray and silver. It didn't have a hilt, only a blade, and both ends were pointed. The short sword spun at high speed, emitting a buzzing sound. Li Daochong tilted his head and looked at the Dharma treasure that Huang Fushua had taken out in surprise. He had thought that it would be some awesome Dharma treasure since it had appeared with such an imposing aura. He didn't expect it to be a hiltless, double-ended short sword. Its shape was a little funny. Of course, Li Daochong didn't underestimate this short sword. How could the strength of a body integration cultivator's Dharma treasure be judged from its appearance? The pure spirit qi emitted by this Dharma treasure was enough to prove that it wasn't an ordinary item. It had an artifact spirit. Not only that, but there seemed to be a green bean-sized gem embedded in the short sword. Primal Chaos Shard. Yin Feng exclaimed. How many secrets does this old servant who has been by my side for so many years have? Yin Feng was speechless. Not only was he at the pinnacle of the body integration stage, but he also had an immortal treasure. Primal Chaos Shards were true immortal magic metals that surpassed the immortal ascension stage, and they were almost extinct during the Great Cultivation Era. Primal Chaos Metal was the supreme magic metal of the spirit realm, and it was essential for refining true immortal magic treasures. Although Huang Fushua had only taken out a fragment of Primal Chaos Metal, it was still an invincible Dharma treasure for a cultivator of his level. It could easily drill a hole in a star. Little b*** starred, you should be proud of yourself for forcing me to take out my natal Dharma treasure. In terms of aptitude, you're already one of the best in the spirit realm of the human realm. If it weren't for your heavenly lightning spirit root, I definitely wouldn't have attacked you. Unfortunately, for the prosperity of the Phoenix clan, as well as the future of the human realm of the spirit Hades, Huang Fushua spoke in a dignified manner, but he was cut off before he could finish. Stop, 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 old bastard. If you want to be a whore, just be a whore. Don't try to pretend to be a whore, okay? Li Daochong couldn't stand it any longer. Humph. Huang Fushua harumphed coldly and prepared to attack. Aya, old bastard, your frost chi isn't strong enough. Why do I still feel like I can't stand the heat? Li Daochong suddenly teased as he fanned himself with a piece of paper in his hand. He seemed to be feeling a little better. A hint of astonishment appeared in Huang Fushua's eyes, and he didn't attack. Instead, he stared intently at the piece of paper in Li Daochong's hand. A wisp of divine sense enveloped the piece of paper that Li Daochong was fanning himself with. In an instant, Huang Fushua, a body integration cultivator who had once dominated Ngun, drew in a sharp breath. A 25 fire talisman. Huang Fushua was dumbfounded. Even a body integration cultivator at the pinnacle of the body integration stage wouldn't be able to handle such a talisman, let alone Yin Feng. How did this little bastard get his hands on a 25 talisman? This talisman was worth more than 10 billion high-grade spirit stones, and it was a super strategic weapon of mass destruction. As a body integration cultivator, Huang Fushua couldn't afford such a thing. Old bastard, what are you waiting for? Come on, that was just a warm-up. The real battle is about to begin, Li Daochong said as he fanned himself with a piece of talisman. Someone was using a 25 talisman as a fan? Huang Fushua's expression darkened. He didn't dare to attack when he saw the 25 talisman in Li Daochong's hand. If he wasn't careful, he would definitely be blasted to smithereens, and Yin Feng would also suffer. Whoosh! Li Daochong waved his hand, and the talisman in his hand was tossed out. Young mistress, run! Huang Fushua yelled out of reflex. Yin Feng was dumbfounded. Boom! The talisman that Li Daochong tossed out only flew a meter or two before it exploded, turning into a cool breeze. That felt good, Li Daochong said with a satisfied expression. He had only tossed out a single one-win talisman. The 25 talisman was still in Li Daochong's hand as a fan. Old bastard, are you still going to fight or not? If not, I'm leaving, Li Daochong said impatiently. Huang Fushua didn't say anything. He stared at Li Daochong, unable to decide whether to fight or not. Kid, if you use that talisman, the blue base star will be gone. A few seconds later, Huang Fushua said, Old bastard, don't you know about the spiritual rune circuit called spiritual particle control? Li Daochong glanced at Huang Fushua as if he was looking at an idiot. Huang Fushua wanted to bluff Li Daochong, betting that he didn't know anything about talismans. Who would have thought that Li Daochong would be an expert? The user of a high-level talisman could freely adjust the power of the talisman. This was a profound cultivation technique. To put it simply, the talisman could either explode indiscriminately or concentrate the power of the talisman in a small area. At the very most, it could be reduced to a laser beam or a controllable shockwave. In short, ever since the development of the spiritual particle control technique, the use of talismans had greatly increased. It was an important weapon against the Hades. Huang Fushua's expression darkened, and he seemed to have aged a lot. His pride as a peak body integration stage cultivator had disappeared. He had confidently brought Yin Feng to this remote village to snatch the heavenly thunder spirit root. Dreams were plentiful, but reality was hard. The old man didn't expect Li Daochong to be so difficult to deal with. Not only was he strong, but he also had a high-level talisman. How could he fight him? In fact, even if Li Daochong didn't have a level 25 talisman, Huang Fushua already felt that this was a tough nut to crack. It was impossible that Li Daochong didn't have any other trump cards. Whoosh! The absolute frost domain disappeared. Whoosh! Huang Fushua put away the chaos fragment. Yin Feng didn't know what was going on, but in the next moment, her mouth fell open. Huang Fushua bowed deeply to Li Daochong. Li Daochong, I hope you don't take offense. 3 days later, I will send a generous gift to the Li family. Then, Huang Fushua turned to Yin Feng and said, Miss, I'm useless. I can't help you get the heavenly thunder spirit root. Chapter 760. As Yin Feng's servant, Huang Fushua had been like this for the past 20 years. Most of the time, he was even more humble in front of Yin Feng. Yin Feng was already used to the relationship between her and Huang Fushua. However, at this moment, tears welled up in Yin Feng's eyes. Before today, Huang Fushua was just an ordinary servant in Yin Feng's heart. Yin Feng didn't expect Huang Fushua to be a peak body integration stage cultivator. With such strength, he would be a powerful figure in the Ankuan Empire. However, he had silently served by her side for 28 years. He had never complained and had always been cautious and conscientious. It was obvious that Huang Fushua served Yin Feng wholeheartedly. Yin Feng, who was a proud daughter of the heavens, was extremely touched. Grandpa Huang Fu, don't say that. So what if I don't have the heavenly lightning spirit root? I can still fly. Yin Feng said with tears in her eyes. I'm glad that you think so. Huang Fushua said. Li Daochong pursed his lips. He didn't care much about the drama in front of him. After all, he wasn't the one involved. Moreover, Huang Fushua was his enemy. He then put his hands on his head and flew towards Li Qingyao. Li Qingyao, can we talk in private? Seeing that Li Daochong was about to leave, Huang Fushua pondered for a moment. If it's about a deal, then don't talk about it. Li Daochong said bluntly. Li Qingyao, I can give you a drop of Phoenix Blood Essence, the ultimate frost divine technique, and a chaos fragment in exchange for a quarter of the heavenly lightning spirit root. What do you think? Huang Fushua thought for a moment and said. He didn't want Yin Feng to hear him. Li Daochong's eyes lit up. This deal was worth it. In fact, if Huang Fushua had offered such a good deal, Li Daochong would have agreed to the deal. Unfortunately, Li Daochong didn't fall for it. Li Daochong didn't fall for it. Li Daochong naturally did not have a heavenly thunder spiritual root, but he had something that was even better than a heavenly thunder spiritual root. The heavenly lightning primordial spirit. Although it hadn't fully grown, it was much stronger than the heavenly lightning spirit root. More importantly, the heavenly thunder primordial spirit could be separated, and it would not affect Li Daochong's cultivation at all. Li Daochong had two primordial spirits in his inner world. One was his primordial spirit, and the other was his primordial spirit. To be more precise, it was the heavenly thunder great yuanying body, or to be more precise, it was still some distance away from the primordial spirit. Once the heavenly thunder primordial spirit was completed, Li Daochong would have two primordial spirits. This was a shocking matter that could shake the entire human domain's spiritual realm. What kind of concept was two primordial spirits? Their intrinsic spiritual qi was twice that of cultivators of the same level. Moreover, they had to be super cultivators with strength comparable to Li Daochong. Li Daochong could split himself into three avatars: the spirit body, the heavenly thunder primordial spirit, and the primordial spirit. Their battle prowess was about the same, and they were all real bodies. Just the thought of it was terrifying. However, at present, Li Daochong rarely fought like this, mainly because he didn't have enough magic treasures, cultivation methods, and equipment. After splitting into three true bodies, Song Inc. was the only one. Magic treasures couldn't split himself into two. After splitting the heavenly thunder primordial spirit, the other two avatars couldn't use the heavenly thunder technique. The only thing that could be used by the three true bodies at the same time was the Great Void Sword technique. However, there was a drawback after splitting it. The total amount of spiritual qi wouldn't change, but after splitting it into three, it would be weakened. All in all, this was the reason why Li Daochong hadn't used his avatars to fight after reaching the Void Refinement Realm. Without special cultivation methods and powerful magic treasures, Void Refinement Realm cultivators usually wouldn't use their avatars to fight. Only when one reached the body integration realm could the power of the avatars be truly unleashed. Back to the main topic. The price that Huangfu Shua offered was a reasonable price. Not to mention three. Any one of them was enough to tempt Li Daochong. After all, Li Daochong didn't have the heavenly thunder spirit root at all, so it wouldn't hurt his foundation. After splitting the heavenly thunder primordial spirit, it would only be weakened. It wouldn't be difficult for Li Daochong to make up for it. He just needed to go to the heavenly thunder island of the Blackwood Star twice. Let Li think about it. Li Daochong pretended to be in a difficult position. Seeing that there was hope, Huangfu Shua hurriedly said, "Li Daochong, let's talk somewhere else." Li Daochong nodded. The old man and the young man flew into the distance and landed on the other side of a hill. Li Daochong, the items that I'm offering are all rare items in the spiritual realm of the human domain. Any one of them is a peerless supreme treasure. Although you will consume your foundation, these three supreme treasures are enough to make up for the loss. Huangfu Shua persuaded earnestly. Senior, these three items can indeed be called peerless treasures, but this junior has to take the risk of ruining his future cultivation to make a deal with Senior. Senior knows the stakes better than this junior. Li Daochong continued to show hesitation. Li Daochong, what other requests do you have? Huangfu Shua gritted his teeth. Li Daochong pondered for a moment, and an extremely painful expression appeared on his face. It was as if he wanted to cut off a piece of flesh from his body. Senior, 5 drops of Phoenix blood essence. I can't go any lower. If you can't do it, then forget it. I still feel that cultivating with a complete spirit root is more practical. Li Daochong's words completely blocked Huangfu Shua. This deal was done. It was up to him whether he wanted to do it or not. Huangfu Shua's face showed a difficult expression. 5 drops of Phoenix blood essence were all he had. These blood essences were originally for his own breakthrough. After working for the Yin family for so many years and accumulating his own for 1,000 years, he only managed to save 5 drops of Phoenix blood essence. A drop of Phoenix blood essence could make the bloodline of the Phoenix bloodline and the concentration would reach around 10%. At the same time, the bloodline of the Phoenix Divine Beast had the most powerful ability, Nirvana Rebirth. Of course, the probability of having such an ability was extremely low. Only those who inherited the perfect Phoenix bloodline could achieve Nirvana Rebirth with 100% certainty. Putting aside this peerless ability, the other abilities were also incredible. Phoenix Flame, Ninely Cry, Celestial Phoenix Form, 100 Birds Worshipping the Phoenix, etc. Comprehending any one of these abilities would make one invincible among cultivators of the same level. Senior, Li doesn't want to force you. Let's just leave it at that. Li Daochong saw Huang Fu Shua's hesitation and said casually. Li Daochong was about to leave. Li Daochong, hold on. 5 drops it is. But can you give me more of the heavenly lightning spirit root? Huang Fu Shua tried to ask for the most benefits. Li Daochong curled his lips and was about to say something when he was interrupted by Huang Fu Shua. Fine, it's fine even if it's not much. Can we exchange it now? Huang Fu Shua was afraid that Li Daochong would refuse. Sure. Senior, please take it out first. You can't expect me to give you the heavenly lightning spirit root first, right? Li Daochong said unhurriedly. The initiative was in his hands, so there was no need to rush. Of course, Huang Fu Shua didn't feel that there was anything wrong. After all, the item was ready-made and could be put back. Once the spirit root was cut, it was irreversible. Huang Fu Shua immediately used his telekinesis and stretched out his hand. 5 drops of golden liquid floated out. Then, a palm-sized metal fragment with an ancient aura appeared in his hand. Finally, there was an exquisite jade slip. It was 3 inches long and 2 fingers wide. It was completely white and had the words Absolute Frost Divine Technique carved on it. Li Daochong, you can check the authenticity of the jade slip. Huang Fu Shua said sincerely. Li Daochong wasn't afraid that Huang Fu Shua would play any tricks or fall out with him. If he was really provoked, he wouldn't be able to release a level 25 fire talisman. Li Daochong's telekinesis entered the jade slip. After reading a few lines, he retracted his telekinesis. With this, the hot-blooded upgrader could instantly copy all the contents of the jade slip. It was easy to tell if it was real or fake. Li Daochong didn't waste any time. He had already separated a pure heavenly lightning primordial spirit fragment from his inner world. He stretched out his hand, and a heavenly lightning seed appeared in his palm. It was a little bigger than his palm. Boom! The moment the lightning seed appeared, the void was filled with lightning energy. Huang Fu Shua was very knowledgeable. When he saw that Li Daochong took out a lightning seed, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. This was many times more powerful than the heavenly lightning spirit root. Li Daochong, you've already condensed the heavenly lightning seed. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Huang Fu Shua exclaimed. However, there was a hint of regret in his heart. Li Daochong's talent was far beyond his expectations. He actually wanted to snatch away such a talented cultivator's spirit root. This kid's future was limitless. He would definitely become an important figure in the human realm's spirit world resistance against the Hades. The old man was really depressed because he had to pay so many treasures. However, when he saw the lightning seed, his depression disappeared. With the heavenly lightning seed, it was certain that Yin Feng would be able to condense the perfect Phoenix bloodline. Even if he still vomited blood, it was worth it in Huang Fu Shua's eyes. One hand exchanged the money, and the other handed the goods. Li Daochong didn't stand on ceremony. He put everything into his storage ring and said, Senior, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Huang Fu Shua looked at the heavenly lightning seed in his hand and was overjoyed. He nodded and said, Little friend, please. The old man and the young woman left, leaving the 3 women who had different styles but were all extraordinary and devastatingly beautiful to the side. The cherry blossom gauze, silver bottle, and Yin Feng stared at each other. However, they didn't have to wait for too long. Li Daochong was the first to return. He picked up the still weak Li Qingyao and flew into the sky with the cherry blossom gauze and silver bottle. Yin Feng was confused. She didn't know why Huang Fushua had dragged Li Daochong to a place far away. Just as Li Daochong and the others left, Huang Fushua arrived with an excited face. "Congratulations, young mistress." Yin Feng was dumbfounded. "Grandpa Huang Fu, what are you congratulating me for?" Huang Fushua activated his spiritual force, and the heavenly lightning seed flew out. Gasp! Yin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. Heavenly lightning seed. That's right. Li Daochong has already condensed the heavenly lightning seed. Yin Feng couldn't believe it. "Young mistress, we almost made a big mistake. He will be a great help to you in the future," Huang Fushua said. Boom! Just as the master and servant were talking, a loud explosion came from afar and a shockwave swept over. Huang Fushua looked over and covered the area with his spiritual force. Yin Feng did the same. The master and servant pair immediately sensed an aura that they couldn't be more familiar with appearing in the distance. This aura collided with Li Daochong. The master and servant shouted at the same time. "Zhang Dongjin, young mistress, put away the heavenly lightning seed. We can't let Zhang Dongjin and Li Daochong fight. It will be a great loss to the spirit world. Grandpa Huang Fu, who is stronger, Zhang Dongjin or Li Daochong?" Yin Feng suddenly asked. If it were before, I would have concluded that Zhang Dongjin was far stronger than Li Daochong. Now it's hard to say. When two tigers fight, it's possible for either of them to die. Li Daochong has directly or indirectly killed many of the Zhang family's branches in the Shenghua Federation. Zhang Dongjin is here to seek revenge. This is a fight to the death. Young mistress, there's no time to lose. Let's quickly separate the two, Huang Fushua replied. Yin Feng looked into the distance and nodded. Her eyes were filled with excitement. Li Daochong was strong, but she had the heavenly lightning seed. Once she merged with it, her potential would be fully unleashed. At that time, no one would be her opponent. Chapter 761. As Li Daochong carried Li Qingyao back home, he was thinking about how to use the 3 supreme treasures that he had just traded. These 3 treasures were enough to raise Li Daochong's combat power to another level. He did not even need to fight monsters to level up. The 5 drops of Phoenix Blood Essence were the best treasures to raise one's cultivation level. Even immortal elixirs could not compare to them. Li Daochong's spiritual body was already strong enough. What would happen if he merged it with the Phoenix Blood? Just 1 drop of Phoenix Blood Essence was enough to raise Li Daochong to the late stage of Void Refinement. The ultimate Cold Ice Divine technique could also give Li Daochong another large-scale attack. This technique could also increase the cultivation level of Shui and I, the fairy girl. The increase in her power meant that Song Ink's grade would increase as well. Not to mention the Chaos Fragment. Just a little bit was enough to raise the hardness and toughness of Song Ink to the high grade of Immortal Elixir. As for the rest, Li Daochong could refine a new Dharma treasure. Li Daochong would definitely make a profit from this deal. He would make a huge profit. It would be inappropriate for him to reject a free gift. Just as Li Daochong was pondering how to use it, a ray of multicolored light suddenly shot out from above the clouds. There was no warning. Li Daochong's spiritual will did not sense that he was being attacked. The attacker seemed to have some immortal elixir that could hide his aura. If not for the fact that Song Ink was already an immortal elixir, Li Daochong could activate it with just a thought. It was also supported by lightning energy. Being ambushed this time, there was a real possibility that he would fall for it. The ray of light collided with Song Ink, creating a huge shockwave. Li Daochong's expression was cold. He handed Li Qingyao over to Cherry Blossom Gauze and looked at the young man in luxurious robes flying towards him from above the clouds. Li Daochong was shocked just now. Now that his anger was rising, he did not say anything and attacked immediately. Song Ink flew into his hand. He swung his blade, shattering rocks and splitting the earth. It was Ngun, the eldest son of the Zhang family, Zhang Dongjin. The reason why Li Daochong could not detect Zhang Dongjin was not because this fella had some immortal level concealment Dharma treasure or some powerful concealment technique. The Zhang family space shuttle that Zhang Dongjin was on had detected Li Daocheng's aura near the blue bay star, and then directly teleported over through the teleportation spiritual array. As soon as Zhang Dongjin appeared, he attacked Li Daocheng. Li Daocheng brandished his saber. The saber light broke through the air, carrying with it the power of thunder. Zhang Dongjin was used to being high and mighty. Even if he hit someone, no one would dare to fight back. In addition, he was a void refinement realm cultivator, so even unfamiliar cultivators would be wary of him. When they didn't understand the situation, they would first ask a few questions to confirm if there was any misunderstanding. But unexpectedly, Li Daocheng did not say a word and directly started fighting. Zhang Dongjin, who had originally launched a surprise attack, was caught off guard by his unexpected move. This was because Zhang Dongjin did not consider that Li Daocheng would dare to fight back. According to the information obtained by the Zhang family, Li Daocheng was at the peak of the soul formation realm, and his combat power was around the mid-stage of the void refinement realm. Of course, Zhang Dongjin did not take this little bit of strength seriously. He, the young master Zhang, could deal with such a person in a matter of minutes. The saber light was as fast as lightning, far beyond Zhang Dongjin's imagination. He did not have time to make any judgment at all and hurriedly raised the mighty heaven sword that had just returned to his hand to block it. Clang, crack, clang. What? Zhang Dongjin only felt his hand go numb, and he almost lost his grip on the mighty heaven sword in his hand. There was also a powerful force of thunder that poured into his arm. Zhang Dongjin, who thought that he could crush Li Daocheng, was directly sent flying and crashed into a mountain like a meteor. The mountain collapsed and the ground caved in. Tui, Zhang Dongjin, who had fallen into the mountain pit, spat in anger. Zhang Dongjin was just about to fly up when another saber light pierced through the air. Boom! Zhang Dongjin hurriedly blocked it again and was pressed down by a huge force. This time, Zhang Dongjin felt his whole body go numb, and he almost could not resist the force of thunder that invaded his body. The pride in Zhang Dongjin's heart was shattered. If he could not sense Li Daocheng's strength again, then he would really be a fool. Damn it! Why is this kid so strong? Zhang Dongjin cursed in his heart. As soon as his voice fell, another saber slashed down. How could Zhang Dongjin tolerate being suppressed and beaten up without any room to fight back? Mighty Nirvana. With a roar, Zhang Dongjin released all his aura and launched a desperate counterattack. However, as soon as he released his sword technique, two saber lights came one after another. Li Daocheng did not pause at all from the first saber strike. He did not hold back at all in these two saber strikes. Li Daocheng wanted to kill. At that moment, Zhang Dongjin felt the threat of death. Mighty Nirvana was a sword technique that Zhang Dongjin had comprehended when he was in the soul formation stage. It was one of the three most powerful techniques in the Zhang family's mighty heaven sword. It could break the stars. When the sword was out, all living things would be destroyed. Everything under the mighty heaven sword could slash through the void. Zhang Dongjin had comprehended it at the soul formation stage and reached the void refinement stage. This sword technique could be unleashed to its maximum power. All these years, Ngun did not know how many young talents had been defeated by this technique, and many souls had entered the Nirvana realm and died in the human world. However, the sword technique that Zhang Dongjin was so proud of couldn't even withstand a single blow from the two saber lights. The mighty heaven sword domain was instantly shattered into pieces. F*CKU. Zhang Dongjin's nose was running as he cursed in his heart. Even in his wildest dreams, he did not expect Li Daocheng to be so strong. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Dongjin held up the mighty heaven sword. The mighty heaven sword shield. Boom! The saber light hit the sword shield, and Zhang Dongjin was sent flying. Although he was in a sorry state, he managed to block the fatal blow. Zhang Dongjin, who was sent flying, complained in his heart. If he had known that Li Daocheng was so strong, he would not have acted rashly. Instead, he would have planned for the long term. However, it was too late to complain now. Li Daocheng's killing intent rose. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough to the sneak attack just now, Song Mo was also an immortal-level Dharma treasure. Furthermore, it was a Dharma treasure with an artifact spirit. It could defend and attack at will. Otherwise, Li Daocheng would have definitely been hit by that attack. If he was the only one injured, it would be fine. The key was that Li Qingyao and Yinping would definitely be in trouble. Li Qingyao would have no chance of survival, and Yinping would have died. If she was lucky, she would have suffered irreversible injuries. The sneak attack just now really scared Li Daocheng. Li Daocheng had never been so angry before. He would not be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart if he did not kill this person. 9 split slash. Li Daocheng attacked continuously. His speed became faster and faster. Each slash was fiercer and more destructive than the previous one. The void seemed to be about to be split open. This round of saber light connected the sky and the earth. If it had been aimed at the blue base star, the entire star would have been split in half. Zhang Dongjin, who had been sent flying, was covered in dust. His decline did not stop. Another round of even more terrifying attacks had already arrived. Never in his wildest dreams would Zhang Dongjin have imagined that he would be beaten so badly by Li Daocheng before he could even do anything. Even the Yin Phoenix could not be so strong. Show mercy. Just as Zhang Dongjin was on the verge of death and thought that he would die in this remote village, an urgent shout was heard. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 10 ice walls instantly blocked in front of Zhang Dongjin. Crack. More than 10 ice walls stacked on top of each other, but they were all cut apart at the same time. Huang Fusha, who had flown over to resolve the grudge between the Zhang family and Li Daocheng, was shocked. Only then did he realize that Li Daocheng had not used his full strength when fighting with him. Now, Li Daocheng seemed to have entered a different state. His combat strength had increased exponentially. Just as the terrifying blade light was about to kill Zhang Dongjin, a huge shield formed from flames appeared out of nowhere and collided with the blade light. The Yin Phoenix also made her move. Although she hated Zhang Dongjin, he was still a talent. It would be a pity if he was killed like this. In the future, he would be a great help in fighting against the Hades in the path of reincarnation. Naturally, she would not watch this guy get killed. Boom! A shockingly loud sound was heard. Waves of fire rolled, and hundreds of kilometers around were flattened by the powerful shockwave. If not for Huangfu Shua's absolute cold domain restricting the shockwave, the range would have increased by several times. Li Daocheng did not hold back. However, he still focused all the power of his last blade on one point. Otherwise, the blue bay star would not exist. Huangfu Shua and the Yin Phoenix both flipped their hands and blocked Li Daocheng's blade. Zhang Dongjin felt like he had survived a calamity. He let out a sigh of relief. However, just as he thought that the danger was over, the greatly weakened blade light passed through the flames and slashed over. Damn you! Zhang Dongjin instantly cursed and raised his Qing Tian sword to block the attack. Clang! The blade light's power was greatly reduced. Puff! However, Zhang Dongjin still spat out a mouthful of blood and suffered internal injuries. Almost at the same time, Li Daocheng appeared in front of Zhang Dongjin as if he had teleported. The latter turned pale with fright. The blue-golden light in Li Daocheng's eyes was as dazzling as the sun. He swore that he would not rest until he killed Zhang Dongjin. Huangfu Shua saw that Li Daocheng was about to kill him and cried out in alarm. Li Daocheng, don't be rash. Li Daocheng, you're crazy, the Yin Phoenix cried out. Li Daocheng acted as if he did not hear her. Lightning energy quickly condensed in his eyes. How dare you touch my grandson? You're courting death. Go! At this moment, a thunderous voice came from the void. The rolling sound waves directly attacked Li Daocheng. However, these sound waves were completely useless against Li Daocheng. At the same time, a seal fell from the sky and rushed towards Li Daocheng like a meteor. A burly old man, wearing a colorful robe, crossed the void and appeared behind Zhang Dongjin. Grandpa, Zhang Dongjin said happily. Li Daocheng sensed a strong threat, and the light in his eyes faded by half. Song ink swung at the incoming seal. Clang! The seal was repelled. Li Daochong flew back dozens of meters in the void. The burly old man who came to his rescue was Zhang Dongzhen's grandfather, Fa Ming Divine, Lord Zhang Yingji. He was a late-stage combination realm cultivator and the ancestor of the Gun Zhang family. The seal was repelled by Li Daochong's strike. Zhang Yingji's pupils shrank. Li Daochong, you killed all of the Zhang family's branches. You can no longer stay in the Shanghua Federation. Are you declaring war on the Gun Zhang family? Zhang Yingji said in a low voice. If you want to fight, let's fight. Do I need to declare it? Old man, get lost now, and Lili will spare your life. If you interfere with Lili killing this brat again, I'll kill you too. Li Daochong said coldly. Facing the late-stage combination realm cultivator Zhang Yingji, he did not back down at all. Instead, his killing intent intensified. Good. This old man would like to see how an impudent country bumpkin like you would be able to kill this old man. Zhang Yingji said good 3 times in a row. This old man had never thought that Li Daochong would not even put him in his eyes. Li Daochong's aura rose again. Boom! Airwaves rolled like a raging tsunami. Huang Fushua's eyes were filled with horror. Li Daochong had not reached his limit yet. How did he cultivate? Where did he go through? Li Daochong had not used the Great Void Sword technique. He had several level 19 strengthened talismans and a level 25 strengthened fire talisman. Silver Bottle's Silent Spear was also useless. With these trump cards, Li Daochong was not afraid of a body integration stage cultivator at all, even if it was old Devil Dujia. Li Daochong would not risk his life like this. Li Daochong, calm down. Li Daochong, calm down. Huang Fushua, a peak stage combination realm cultivator, was pleading with him. The old man was anxious. If Li Daochong really killed Zhang Dongzhen, then the enmity between him and the Zhang clan would be irreconcilable. Both sides would not rest until one of them was dead. In Huang Fushua's opinion, Li Daochong was definitely not a match for the entire Zhang family. However, with the terrifying power he had displayed, the Zhang family would not have an easy time either. They would most likely lose more than half of their clan's fortune. In this way, the two powerful forces would be exhausted. It would not benefit the human realm or the spirit realm at all. It would only increase the number of casualties. Only the Hades would benefit. Chapter 762. Zhang Yingji did not know how powerful Li Daochong was, but Huang Fushua had experienced it firsthand. After battling Li Daochong, Huang Fushua no longer dared to take advantage of his seniority. Even a peak body integration stage cultivator might not be able to defeat him. This kid was a freak on the same level as the top 5 prodigies on the prodigy list. Even the Flame Phoenix without the Heavenly Lightning Seed was inferior. Seeing that Li Daochong was out of control, Huang Fushua flew up and arrived in front of Li Daochong. He was afraid that Li Daochong would attack him in the next second. When Li Daochong first met Huang Fushua, he had a bad impression of this old man. But later on, he realized that this old man was not a bad person. He just wanted to obtain the Heavenly Lightning Spirit root to improve his master's bloodline. So he became muddle-headed. In fact, Huang Fushua did not want to see high-level cultivators fight to the death. Li Daochong roughly understood that Huang Fushua did not want the human domain's spirit world to be weakened. Therefore, when Huang Fushua stood in front of him, Li Daochong gave him face and did not attack immediately. Senior, this has nothing to do with you. Please step aside. Li Daochong said calmly. Little friendly, for this old man's sake, don't be rash. In 3 months, the first Spirit World Youth Cultivation Competition will begin. Little friend, Li shouldn't have been invited yet, right? This old man can let little friend Li participate in the competition as a seated contestant. Huang Fushua threw out an olive branch. Senior, this junior has already received the invitation, so I won't trouble you. Li Daochong immediately said. Huang Fushua was stunned and a little surprised. Before coming to Blue Bay Star, Huang Fushua had never heard of any information about Li Daochong. There were hundreds of thousands of young cultivators on the observation list of the elite cultivators in the Inquan Empire, but Li Daocheng was not on it. This meant that he did not receive any attention from any faction, nor did they have any information about him. Could it be that Li Daocheng had a powerful background? If that was the case, then the person behind him must be someone that even the Zhang and Yin family could not afford to offend. It was probably comparable to the forces behind the top 10 on the prodigy list. Thinking of this, Huangfu Shua's heart skipped a beat, and a chill ran down his spine. He had actually overlooked such an important detail. Li Daocheng was so powerful. How could he have cultivated to such an abnormal level in the barren land of the Blue Bay Star? Tu's heart was. And the Yin families, as an example, was if he was to the Yin family. Two S's. Was. Li Daocheng's fearless attitude made Huangfu Shu even more certain that there was a powerful force supporting him. Otherwise, how could he be so confident when facing the Zhang clan? Huangfu Shu thought for a moment before turning to Zhang Yingji and saying, "Brother Zhang, can your Zhang family give this old master some face and temporarily put down your grudges and wait until the end of the tournament?" Zhang Yingji knew what Huangfu Shu was capable of. Huangfu Shu was a body integration stage cultivator who was stronger than him. Huangfu Shu had helped the Zhang family before. When he saw Li Daocheng beat Zhang Dongjin to the point that he could not fight back and almost killed him, Zhang Yingji had already thought of retreating. However, he could not just watch his grandson get killed, so he had to take action. Unlike Huangfu Shu, Zhang Yingji was not blinded by his eagerness to obtain the heavenly lightning spirit root. Li Daocheng could beat Zhang Dongjin into such a sorry state. His combat strength was top-notch even in the Inquan Empire. Such a monstrous young cultivator, regardless of whether or not he had the support of a powerful force, could not be killed easily. Not to mention whether or not they could kill him. Even if they could, it would be troublesome in the future. It would be very troublesome in the future, and the Zhang family might even decline because of it. Now, the human realm spirit world focused on dealing with the Hades. Any powerful young cultivator was a valuable asset to the human realm's spirit world. This was a talent to deal with the Hades. Anyone who dared to kill him would be going against the entire human realm's cultivation world, cutting off the human race's path of retreat. Once the Hades Resistance Association found out, the Zhang family would be done for. They would be punished severely, and the entire family might be banished to the Hades to fend for themselves. Li Daocheng had already been exposed. The Hades Resistance Association must have taken notice of him. Even with the strength he had shown, it was enough to put him on the watch list. The Hades Resistance Association was a special existence in the human realm's spirit world. It was supported by the 3 great cultivation empires and was the highest organization of the human race to resist the Hades resistance. Brother Huangfu, since you've spoken, the Zhang family will temporarily not pursue this matter for your sake. However, after the competition is over, the Zhang family will definitely demand an explanation from this brat. Now that he had a way out, Zhang Yingji didn't hesitate and took advantage of the situation. Brother Zhang, it's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. Let me give you a piece of advice. The bigger picture is more important. Huangfu Shu reminded him. Huangfu Shu could only say this much, as it would not be good to say it out loud. After all, he could not say that the Zhang family could not afford to offend Li Daocheng in front of everyone. Humph. He killed so many people from the Zhang family and chased them out of the Shenghua Federation. If it was the Zhang family, how would we let it go? Not only would we be laughed at, but how would we explain it to our people in the future? Zhang Yingji snorted. Then cut the crap. Let's fight. Li Daocheng stood in the air with his hands behind his back and said casually, "Stop, stop." Huangfu Shu hurriedly said. Zhang Yingji was infuriated. Just as he was about to explode, a ray of light flashed in the sky. A huge spiritual image of a fairy-like woman appeared in the sky. It was at least 1,000 feet tall. As soon as the huge image appeared, Zhang Yingji and Huang Fu Shuo both gasped. Their bodies trembled, and shock appeared on their faces. The two old men lowered their heads and bowed. Greetings, Jiuxuan's Spirit Lord. Li Daochong, Cherry Blossom Gauze, Yin Ping, Li Qingyao, Yin Feng, and Zhang Dongjin were all shocked. Even Li Daochong, who had always been calm and collected, was completely stunned. His eyes were filled with shock. Jiuxuan's Spirit Lord. She was the most powerful cultivator in the entire spirit realm. She was at the pinnacle of the Mahayana stage. The three major cultivation empires were called empires because they had Mahayana stage cultivators. If one wanted to become an immortal, the Mahayana stage was the final and most difficult stage that a cultivator had to break through. Without breaking through the Mahayana stage, one could not become an immortal. There were as many as 35 pinnacle Mahayana stage cultivators in the human realm spirit realm. However, just like the earth stage cultivators, there were differences in their realms. It was the same for the pinnacle Mahayana stage. Reaching the Mahayana stage was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. There were actually 35 pinnacle Mahayana stage cultivators in the human realm spirit realm. This number was absolutely shocking. According to common sense, it was impossible to have so many pinnacle Mahayana stage cultivators. But in fact, there were so many. This was not to say that there were many heaven-defying monsters in the human realm spirit realm. It was just that the lifespan of a pinnacle Mahayana stage cultivator could reach tens of thousands of years. The long lifespan was the main reason why there were so many pinnacle Mahayana stage cultivators. Most of the Mahayana stage cultivators were old monsters that had survived from ancient times. Before Hades descended, the number of pinnacle Mahayana stage cultivators in the human realm was 5 times more than now. There were a total of 175 of them. Among them, there were at least a dozen spirit lords who had the ability to break through the Mahayana stage. However, after Hades attacked the human realm, the number of pinnacle Mahayana stage cultivators dropped sharply. In that catastrophe, more than 150 pinnacle Mahayana stage cultivators died. It was enough to show how tragic the battle was. More than a dozen pinnacle Mahayana stage cultivators who had the potential to ascend to the immortal realm all died. It was not that they did not want to become immortals, but their ancestors sacrificed themselves for the sake of the human bloodline and to leave hope for their descendants. They risked their lives to fight Hades. In the end, Hades was unable to conquer the human realm spirit realm. These ancestors had made great contributions. Now, the 35 pinnacle Mahayana stage cultivators were all above other cultivators and had become true great cultivators. However, only 3 of them could touch the immortal realm. The other 32 pinnacle Mahayana stage cultivators were only pinnacle Mahayana stage cultivators and were far from the immortal realm. Jiuxuan Spirit Lord was one of the 3 half-immortals. These 3 half-immortals were the cultivators at the top of the 3 great cultivation empires. They were also the great ancestors of the 3 great cultivation empires. Jiuxuan Spirit Lord was the great ancestor of the Kuan Empire. The other 2 were Tian Peng Spirit Lord, the great ancestor of the Qian Yin Empire, and Chaos Spirit Lord, the great ancestor of the Tai Ching Empire. There were many powerful cultivators in the human realm spirit realm. There were combination stage cultivators, tribulation stage cultivators, and Mahayana stage cultivators. However, none of them had the reputation and influence of the 3 great spirit lords. You could not know who the great ancestor of your cultivation country was. You could not know who the head of state was. You could even be confused and not know who your great-grandfather was. However, everyone knew who the 3 great empire spirit lords were. In the eyes of ordinary people, the 3 great spirit lords were no longer immortals, but immortal emperors. They were the true gods and the ultimate kings who protected the human race. It was not worship, it was faith. The young people would never have thought that Jiuxuan Spirit Lord would appear in Blue Bay Star at this moment. Chapter 763. If not for Spirit Sovereign 9 Profounds suddenly appearing with his spirit image shadow, Li Daochong would probably have already made his move. However, with such a heavyweight appearing, no matter how unruly Li Daochong was, he would not disrespect her. After all, there were too many things happening every day in the human domain spirit realm. The Blue Bay Star was an inconspicuous place, so it was impossible for a spirit sage to pay attention to it. No need to be so polite. Senior Joshuan Spirit Sage raised her hand slightly and spoke. Her voice was like the sound of a string from the ninth heaven. It was pleasant to listen to, exciting, and dignified. "You are Li Daochong?" Senior Joshuan Spirit Sage turned to look at Li Daochong and asked indifferently. "Huh?" Everyone was puzzled. Junior Li Daochong greets Senior Joshuan Spirit Sage. Li Daochong was full of reverence for the supreme self-cultivators of the spiritual realm of the human realm. He had read many ancient books about Mahayana cultivators, and he was very respectful to these supreme self-cultivators who had gone through a lot of hardships. However, being directly called out, Li Daochong was a little unsure of what this spirit sage was going to say next. "I didn't expect such a talent like you to appear at the edge of the human domain spirit realm. This is great news for the human domain spirit realm. Are you the one who brought Blackwood Star back?" Senior Joshuan's spirit sage's voice was empty and emotionless. Thump! Li Daochong's heart skipped a beat. She knew about this too? He thought he had done it secretly and would not be discovered in a short time. He did not expect Senior Joshuan's spirit sage to already know. Could a spirit sage really be so powerful? "Li Daochong, you were able to enter the Hades and come out unscathed. There are not many young people in the world who can compare with you. I am very interested in Blackwood Star. Can you allow me to freely enter and leave Blackwood Star? I'm a little curious." Senior Joshuan Spirit Sage said faintly. Huang Fushuo and Zhang Yingji were dumbfounded. They seriously suspected that they were hallucinating. The dignified Joshuan Spirit Supremacy was actually making a request to avoid refinement cultivator. How is this possible? Needless to say, the other young people were all shocked. They couldn't help but look at Li Daochong. Other than Li Daochong, no one else knew what Black Tree Star was. They had never heard of it. Cherry Blossom Gauze and Silver Bottle only knew bits and pieces from Li Daochong. In fact, Li Daochong was also very confused. Looking at the giant body in front of him, he was at a complete loss. The Black Tree Star is not this junior's personal property. This junior was only lucky enough to trigger the super teleportation array on this trip and bring it back to the human realm. If Senior Joshuan is interested, she can naturally come and go as she pleases, Li Daochong said honestly. Although Li Daochong was arrogant, he wasn't arrogant to the point of looking down on others. Of course, it also depended on who the other party was and what their attitude was. The fact that Senior Joshuan Spirit Sage could talk to him as an equal with such a noble status showed her respect for Li Daochong. "You are the one who brought Blackwood Star back, so it's yours. This sovereign naturally has to obtain your consent. This sovereign will not be born one step earlier than you. If you and this sovereign were in the same generation, perhaps you and this sovereign would be able to spread a beautiful tale of two shining stars." The nine abstruse spirit sovereign continued to say shocking words. As soon as these words came out, the two old men were no longer in a confused state, but in a sluggish state. Senior Joshuan Spirit Sage was saying that Li Daochong's talent was on par with hers? What the hell was going on? Senior Joshuan Spirit Sage had been at the peak of the Mahayana stage for thousands of years. In the past 1,000 years, she had never praised a junior in such an unabashed manner. There had never even been a rumor. What exactly was so special about Li Daochong? Huang Fushuo and Zhang Yingji couldn't tell at all. Even if he was on par with An Gun Sky Pride, he was still far from reaching the level of Senior Joshuan Spirit Sage. "Senior, you flatter me. Lily still has a long way to go. To this junior, Senior is the dazzling sun in the sky. This junior is still far from being on par with you." Li Daochong replied. Less than 25 years of age, Mid-stage void refinement stage cultivation base. Battle prowess comparable to a peak unity stage cultivator. Killed 2 Demon King level nether demons. A Demon King's demonic will clone, and 2 demon generals. This is a battle record that I didn't have back then. The spirit sovereign Jiao Xian exhaled deeply, staring at Li Daocheng with eyes that did not hide the slightest bit of admiration. Without knowing the reason, outsiders might mistakenly think that this senior Emperor Spirit Sage was interested in Li Daocheng. Holy shit! Huangfu Shuo and Zhang Yingji almost cursed it out loud on the spot. Senior Jioshuan Spirit Sage's words were more and more impactful to them. Zhang Yingji's back was already drenched in sweat. He looked at Li Daocheng with deep fear and even a trace of fear in his eyes. The old man regretted his actions. Only now did he realize what kind of person he was up against. His anger from before was instantly extinguished by a downpour of rain. Not to mention the relationship between Senior Jioshuan Spirit Sage and Li Daocheng's battle record was enough to show how terrifying he was. He was no longer someone the Zhang family could afford to offend. Everyone else was shocked. Li Daocheng, on the other hand, felt a chill in his heart. He had always thought that he had hidden himself well and that no one knew about his background. However, this senior Jioshuan Spirit Sage, who he had never met before, knew him like the back of her hand. She knew everything that happened on Black Jupiter in the Hades, not to mention the things that happened in the Federation. But how did Senior Jioshuan Spirit Sage know about it? Li Daocheng could not figure it out. Could there really be a divine ability that could reach the heavens? Li Daocheng, I am looking forward to your performance in the first Spiritual Realm Youth Cultivation Competition. If it wasn't for that little thief Senior Wu Yi, I would have hoped that you could represent Jioshuan Spirit Sage in Gun First Cultivation Company in this competition. Senior Jioshuan Spirit Sage said with a regretful tone. She even knew about this. Li Daocheng suddenly had a terrifying feeling that he had nowhere to hide. There seemed to be no secrets in front of Senior Jioshuan Spirit Sage. She knew everything. Senior, if you continue to praise me, I will not recognize myself. Li Daocheng felt that something was off. Even though it was their first meeting and she knew about his background, this Senior Jioshuan Spirit Sage seemed to be a little too friendly. Li Daocheng felt that it was too surreal. All right then, I will stop praising you. I am looking forward to your performance in the competition. Senior Jioshuan Spirit Sage smiled lightly. This smile could make all living things fall. It could make the moon shy away and the flowers ashamed. The 2 combined body integration stage old demons were dumbfounded. They had participated in many important meetings in Gun Empire and had seen Senior Jioshuan Spirit Sage many times. When had they ever seen her smile? I will do my best. Li Daocheng replied seriously. He was also puzzled. Were all spirit sages so friendly? See you in the competition. As soon as she finished speaking, Senior Jioshuan Spirit Sage's 100 feet tall giant figure rippled like blue waves and gradually disappeared. Li Daocheng suspected that he had seen wrongly. He clearly saw Senior Jioshuan Spirit Sage winking at him the moment she disappeared. Could spirit sages also throw flirtatious glances at him? Even if they could, how could he make a spirit sage throw flirtatious glances at him? Li Daocheng was really confused. He subconsciously raised his hand and rubbed his chin. Senior Jioshuan Spirit Sage came and left. Aside from talking to Li Daocheng, it was as if no one else existed. As for why she came, no one knew. Was it to ask for Li Daocheng's permission to enter and leave Blackwood Star freely? If that was really the case, then Senior Jioshuan Spirit Sage was really bored out of her mind. Of course, that was if she had any balls. However, there was one person whose heart was surging with waves of panic. It was the Zhang family's great ancestor, Zhang Yingji. Only he faintly felt that Senior Jioshuan Spirit Sage's sudden appearance was a kind of intimidation. It seemed to be insignificant, but it was as if she was saying, "Is your Zhang family worthy of being Li Daocheng's enemy?" Chapter 764. Everyone present had different interpretations of the appearance of the Jiuquan spirit sage. But even a fool could see that the most powerful spirit sage in the human realm was very interested in Li Daochong. Just based on this point, Li Daochong was blessed with a super protective talisman. In today's matter would spread like a cosmic storm to every corner of the spirit realm of the human realm. Li Daochong's name would no longer be unknown. Not to mention a young cultivator. Even if a piece of paper touched by a spirit sage were to spread to the human realm, it would cause a major stir that would affect the entire human realm. The entire human realm would wonder why a spirit sage touched this piece of paper. Was it used to wake up mucus? Or was it used to poop? Or was it a peerless magical ability that was written with words that the world could not see? In short, it would definitely cause a stir. There were all kinds of opinions and guesses, and their imagination was so rich that one would doubt life. A piece of paper touched could cause such a big stir. Not to mention that it was specially made to come into contact with an extremely talented young cultivator. The resulting shock was enough to make all the cultivators in the human realm unable to sleep. In fact, the fluctuations were even greater than imagined, and the speed of transmission was as fast as lightning. The giant shadow spirit that appeared in the Jiuquan spirit sage was hundreds of feet tall. Cultivators with low cultivation could easily sense such a huge shadow spirit from hundreds of kilometers away. The news exploded on the spirit net like a super spirit nuclear annihilation bomb. In just a few minutes, the most mainstream cultivation media companies in the three major cultivation empires published the news on the interface of the major communication channels, making the headlines. At first, it was only the Jiuquan spirit sage that came to the Blue Bay Star. No one knew why she appeared in the Blue Bay Star. But soon, insiders revealed that the Jiuquan spirit sage went to the Blue Bay Star to meet someone. For a time, all kinds of guesses sprouted like bamboo shoots after a rain. There were all kinds of guesses. Some said that a certain spirit sage lived in seclusion on the Blue Bay Star. Some said that the Blue Bay Star was actually the hometown of the Jiuquan spirit sage. There were also rumors of immortal stone veins appearing on Blue Bay Star. Some even said that the Blue Bay Star was actually a planet transformed from the body of an ancient divine beast. These were still considered normal. Those who spoke without thinking were even more bizarre. However, half an hour later, the exact reason why the Jiuquan spirit sage had arrived at the Blue Bay Star was exposed. It was confirmed by the mainstream cultivation media of the three great cultivation empires. The Jiuquan spiritual sage went to the Blue Bay Star to meet a person. However, it was not a spiritual sage, but a genius cultivator who had emerged recently. His name was Li Daochong. Immediately, the spiritual nexus was in chaos again. Tens of thousands of cultivators began to investigate who Li Daochong was, where he was born, and what his past experiences were. However, even after racking their brains and paying a huge price, they still couldn't find anything. There was pitifully little information about Li Daochong. Through various channels, informants, and black cultivation techniques, it was all to no avail. Even the powerful mainstream cultivation media, with extensive connections, couldn't find anything. At this time, the paparazzi became the biggest hope. However, this group of paparazzi, who were so pervasive and well-informed that people thought they were a group of ghosts, also came up empty-handed. Some of the spirit vision images that Li Daochong had previously leaked also disappeared. No one knew that most of the information about Li Daochong had been blocked by the intervention of the Jiuquan spirit sage. How could the Jiuquan spirit sage not know that once her every move was exposed, it would definitely cause a storm in the cultivation world? Therefore, long before she appeared on the Blue Bay Star, she had indirectly protected Li Daochong. Before the start of the competition, the less interference there was, the better. Of course, no one knew that it was the Jiuquan spirit sage who had taken action. They were still very persistent. All of a sudden, they found the meaning and purpose of existence in their gloomy lives. If they couldn't find anything on the spirit intranet, they would directly investigate on the spot. Many cultivators couldn't wait to set off for the Blue Bay Star to investigate. Among them, there were those who went because of the fame, but there were even more paparazzi, cultivation media workers, and headhunters from some major forces. Li Daochong became the hottest topic at the moment. To be able to catch the eye of the Jiuquan spirit sage, who had personally come to a low-latitude cultivation planet for a meeting, this young man who had suddenly appeared had potential and value. It should be known that many tribulation transcendence cultivators might not even catch the eye of a spirit sage, because they couldn't find any detailed information about Li Daochong. All kinds of speculations about him were everywhere on the spirit intranet. For a time, Li Daochong became the most popular person on the spirit intranet. He was mysterious and stunning. Many self-media spirit intranet accounts relied on Li Daochong's popularity to post an analysis article every hour. In less than half a day, 5 of the top 10 trending topics were about Li Daochong. Many cultivators in all walks of life who wanted to become famous on the internet were envious. All kinds of headlines could be seen on the trending topics. For example, is the Jiuquan spirit sage expressing goodwill to Li Daochong? Is she trying to rope him into the Jiuquan spirit sage? Or is it that the Jiuquan spirit sage wants to take Li Daochong as her disciple? The Jiuquan spirit sage has a half-immortal body. Is she looking for a dual cultivation partner? Li Daochong has the chaos spirit root that disappeared in the ancient cultivation era. The Jiuquan spirit sage loves talent. The Jiuquan spirit sage has been silent for thousands of years. Daochong has appeared and moved the spirit sage. In reality, the 7 fairies in Dongyong only envy mandarin ducks and not immortals. Li Daochong is the reincarnation of an ancient spirit sage. He shares the same fate as the Jiuquan spirit sage in this life. The spirit intranet was in full swing, igniting the cultivation world. The Blue Bay Star was the location of the incident, so the news was lagging behind. After the Jiuquan spirit sage left, Zhang Yingji no longer dared to find trouble with Li Daochong. He could not wait to leave the Blue Bay Star. The Zhang family's great ancestor regretted his actions. He could not care less about his face and apologized to Li Daochong repeatedly. Then, he dragged his grandson Zhang Dongjin and left the Blue Bay Star as if they were escaping. Huang Fushua and Yin Feng, one old and one young, met Li Daochong today. It was a thrilling experience. This young cultivator from a low-level cultivation planet gave the old and the young a much bigger shock than the few monsters from the Inquin Empire. Li Daochong was like a treasure. The moment you dug out the treasure, you thought you saw everything. When you walked through the door, you would realize that what you saw outside the door was only a part of it. At that time, you would think that you had seen the whole thing. But before you could get used to it, you would realize that the treasure you saw was only bait. There was more below. As they dug deeper and deeper, more and more amazing treasures appeared. Huang Fushua's old age felt like he was on a roller coaster ride. His old heart was almost broken. Fortunately, he stopped when he fought with Li Daochong. If they really fought to the death, the entire Yin family would be dragged down by his impulsive actions. Yin Feng initially thought that Li Daochong was not bad, but in the end, she looked up to him. This kind of psychological change was something she had never experienced before. When the image of Li Daochong beating Zhang Dongjin to the point that he could not fight back flashed across her mind, Yin Feng was excited and at a loss. This was the psychological state of a young girl when she saw the person she liked. Yin Feng had never cared about people like Zhang Dongjin. But when it came to Li Daochong's level, it was hard for Yin Feng not to be moved. From the moment her spiritual pulse awakened, she subconsciously felt no feelings for the opposite sex, because they were too weak. Only a man who could defeat her was worthy of being her dual cultivation partner. This was Yin Feng's belief that had never wavered in the past 10 years. Li Daochong, I will definitely defeat you in the competition, Yin Feng said to Li Daochong before she left. Okay, I'll wait for you. Li Daochong accepted the challenge calmly. Just like that, 3 powerful forces from the Inquin Empire ended with one of them being destroyed by Li Daochong. The other two forces left in shock. Emperor Group was originally a third-rate cultivation company in the Inkuan Empire. After Chiba Yellow Springs and Kaga Takeo died, they were immediately defeated. Plus, they offended Li Daochong, so they were destined to become a second-rate cultivation company. The higher-ups of this cultivation company left the Shenghua Federation as soon as possible. Zhang Yingji returned to the Feiyu shuttle. Without waiting for his return, he gave the order to not provoke Li Daochong. Whoever dared to disobey would be chased out of the Zhang family. Li Daochong naturally did not know about the turmoil in the two forces, but he did not need to know. Li Daochong did not care about the Emperor Group and the Zhang family at all. A few arrogant dogs barked at him twice. Killing two of them was enough. Li Daochong still had a lot of things to do, so he did not have the time to compete with dogs. After returning, he treated Li Qingyao and the others. Then he talked to Silver Bottle and Cherry Blossom Gauze and called for Old Devil Zhang. When Li Daochong took out the Chaos Shard, Old Devil Zhang almost jumped onto the roof. The old man had lived for a long time. A divine object like the Chaos Shard only existed in legends. He did not expect that it really existed, let alone that he would be able to see it in his lifetime. Director Li, this is the true immortal magic metal from the immortal world in the spiritual realm in the ancient times. Old Devil Zhang's hand holding the Chaos Shard could not stop trembling. Well, do you have a way to refine it into a 3-inch knife? Li Daochong asked. Well, it's just refining. I have a way. With the Li Group's financial resources now, it should not be difficult to get the true Yang spirit fire in the center of the sun. However, I can only refine it according to the gourd. I can't give the Chaos Shard spirituality. It's really because my cultivation is low and my talent is not enough, Old Devil Zhang said regretfully. In fact, the old man wanted to suggest that Li Daochong find a master refiner to refine it. However, he was a little reluctant. After all, as a refiner, who did not want to make an immortal magic treasure that would be passed down for hundreds of generations in their lifetime. In fact, without Old Devil Zhang's reminder, how could Li Daochong not think of this? It was just that he did not have so much time. The Chaos Shard itself was already a true immortal's object. It was enough to refine it into the shape of a weapon. It doesn't matter. You just need to refine the 3-inch flying knife I need. In addition, the extra shard can be integrated into the Tsang ink. Can you do that? Li Daochong continued to ask. I can still do it, but I'm afraid this refining will consume a lot of financial resources. Not to mention ordinary fire, ordinary spiritual fire, and true fire are useless for the Chaos Shard. I have to draw out the true spirit fire in the core of the sun and refine it for 9 days and 9 nights to soften it. Then I can use the most advanced cutting machine to cut and refine it. So, I'm afraid I'll need a lot of spirit stones. Old Devil Zhang was a little embarrassed. I've already told Silver Bottle, and Princess Catherine will do her best to help you. During this time, I'll be in closed-door training and will come out in about a month. I hope to hear good news about you when I come out. If you succeed, I'll let you break through to the Yuanying realm and teach you a set of cultivation methods. Li Daochong said immediately. Thank you, Director Li. I'll do my best, Old Devil Zhang said excitedly. Well, go ahead, Li Daochong replied. After Old Devil Zhang left, Li Daochong immediately entered the cultivation room. The Chaos Shard was settled. The remaining 2 treasures, the 5 drops of Phoenix Blood Essence and the Ultimate Frost Divine Technique, needed to be digested by Li Daochong himself. The first thing he did after his closed-door training was to integrate a drop of Phoenix Blood Essence into Li Daochong's bloodline. The blood of a divine beast was infinitely close to the blood of a true immortal. Integrating the blood of a mortal was a huge project. At the same time, it was also a huge risk. There was a high probability of rejection. Once it happened, it would affect one's cultivation. In the worst case, one spiritual body would collapse and the physical body would be destroyed, leaving only the primordial spirit. Li Daochong sat cross-legged in the middle of the cultivation room, staring at a drop of golden liquid floating in front of him. He had been in this position for a day and night. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.